Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Have you guys started filling up the feedback form I posted this morning?
Yes, sir. I filled mine.
That's fine. So please kindly tell your people to join. Our facilitator is on ground so that we do the opening prayer. He will now start. So, wonderful. Oh, good morning once more. Please, can somebody pray for us? Can somebody pray for us?
Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
Can we pray? Can we pray? We're in prayers. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Connected.
Hello. Good morning.
Go ahead. Yeah, good morning.
In Jesus' name. In Jesus' name. Father,
Amen.
we bless you, gift of life, to see another day like this. Thank you for your grace. Thank you for your mercy. Father, we present today's lectures before your throne of grace. Father, we pray that whatever will be passed to us, we will put it into practice. Our facilitators, Father, and the coordinators, I submit them to your throne of grace and throne of mercy. We pray for direction. We pray for wisdom. Above all, Father, I pray that you give us a respective heart, obedient to the instructions that will be given to us. Distractions that the devil will place before us, Father, will raise the standard against that in the mighty name of Jesus. Take the honor, take the... In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you. So I will now hand over to the engineer Okachukwu, Korean registered, to start off with his lecture. Please enjoy your day today.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, all. Good morning, all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Yeah. My name is Engineer
Good morning,
Collins
sir.
Onyedikachi Okachu.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. You're welcome this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Screen. You have to stop now.
No.
That key isn't working. No, it's not working. I can hear them. I don't have an issue. Okay. So you're all welcome this morning. This is the 10th module. And then I am sure my colleagues or my predecessors have done justice to the previous modules, because when you look at the modules, they are kind of sequential, such that you may not be able to understand the 10th module without understanding okay. So this our topic for this module 10 is sustainable procurement, green public procurement, and ESHS. We'll be having the classes for about 3 hours, and then our review outline is the course review, the learning outcomes, the course structure, and then the slides. By the end of this section, you should be able to demonstrate a clear understanding of sustainable procurement, including its pillars, the concepts, both the green and socially responsible procurement, and its relevance, not just to the public sector, but also to the private sectors, because we are going to, I'm going to extend my teachings to every aspect of life that has to do with procurement. You should also be able to apply SPP, which is an abbreviation for Sustainable Public Procurement Principles, across all stages of the procurement cycle. By procurement cycle, I believe, and I strongly believe that my predecessors must have done justice to that term, procurement cycle, from the needs assessment to the advertisement to bid examination, bid evaluation, up till award of contracts, be it works, goods, services. I believe my predecessors must have done justice to that. And including this assessment, specification development, supplier qualification, and bid evaluation. Then we also should be able to appreciate the concept of green public procurement. as a subset of sustainable public procurement. Know its definitions, its benefits, the tools, and the techniques that is used. By the end of this lecture, you should be able to tell somebody what it is about green procurement without looking at or without even checking online. And then also apply green considerations to the procurement of goods, specifically in the procurement of laptops. So this is the cost structure. We have a part A. The cost structure is divided into 4 parts. The part A, the part B, the part C, and then the case studies and practical application. So we'll begin with part A, which is the basic concept of sustainable public procurement. I have my presentation outline as what sustainability is, the definition of sustainable public procurement, what green and socially responsible public procurement is, the pillars of SPP, integrating SPP into procurement processes, and then a conclusion. So we start with sustainability. What is the meaning of that word, sustainability? When you talk about sustainability, you are talking about not just about the present, you are looking at the future. I put it to you that whatever we do today will either have a positive or negative impact in the future. If it doesn't have a positive impact in the future, it must have a negative impact in the future. There is no consequence of procurement that is at the fence. You can't have procurement and sit at the fence. It's either it is positive or it is negative. And then why we are here today is to enlighten us in such a way that whichever procurement process we are taking, at the end of the day, it should have a positive impact on the future generations. By that, I'm going to define what is being written in the notes here. Sustainability. Sustainability is defined as the meeting of the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. Ability to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. If you're able to meet your present need today, and a child or in fact, a child that is born today in the next 30 years is not able to have a positive impact from that your needs that you met today in the next 30 years, it means that that need you met today is not sustainable. On my way to work today, we're having a brief discussion in the car. And then we're talking about the school structure, the education sector in Nigeria. And then one of us was saying that what is paining is a professor actually. He said the painful part of it is that the level at which the government education sector, especially the government-owned education sector, is going, is that it is not even us that will have the effect, the negative effect. It's our children, the future generation, that will have the negative effect. And that's sustainability. If whatever you are doing in procurement, maybe you are having the positive side of it today, but in the nearest future, it's being seen as negative. It means that it is not sustainable. So traditionally, Procurement frameworks have generally emphasized on economy as the major driver for value in procurement. Whenever you hear about procurement, most people's mindset is only about the monetary aspect, the economy aspect, which it's natural actually, because without being a procurement practitioner or just somebody hearing about procurement for the first time, where your mind, once you hear anything procurement, where your mind will be going to is purchase, supply, which is basically about economy. But by the end of this class, you will see that procurement is beyond just economy. It is beyond the lowest tender. However, in the last few decades, there has been rapid move towards socially and environmentally responsible public procurement. So combination of the economy, social, and environment is what makes up a sustainable public procurement. You cannot talk about sustainable public procurement by just looking at it in the economy way. You must bring in the social considerations, and you must also bring in the environmental considerations. The concept of sustainable procurement is rooted. It is not something that's just started or just came out from the blues. It has been in study, it has been on progress, it has been on research. The concept of sustainable procurement is rooted in the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, with the 17 SDGs as its core motives. Amongst these 17 SDGs, the ones that are directly involved or the ones that are directly related to sustainable development is the SDG 3, SDG 5, SDG 8, and SDG 12. For that of SDG 3, which has to do with good health and well-being, is connected to the social part of sustainable public procurement. The SDG 5 also is connected, gender equality is also connected with the social aspect of sustainable procurement. The SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, has a touch of the social, but also has a touch of the economy. Then SDG 12 ensures sustainable consumption and production pattern, has a touch of the social and has a touch of the environment. With that, we will look at the definition of sustainable procurement, public procurement itself. It is a process whereby organizations meet their needs for goods, services, works, and utilities in a way that achieves value for money on a whole life basis. Remember, I said it meets the needs for goods, services, and works, which is the right definition for procurement. You can't define procurement without these three salient terms: goods, works, and services, to achieve value for money on a whole life basis. In terms of generating benefits, not only to the organization, but also to the society and the economy, while minimizing damage to the environment. Now, when you look at my slide, you will see that there are points that I highlighted. The first is the sustainable public procurement, which is what we're actually defining. The second is value for money. What is this value for money? can I have an interactive section? Can somebody tell me your perspective or your perspection, your own definition or what you think value for money is? What's value for money? Yeah. Is there anyone who can make an attempt on what value for money is?
Yes, sir. Let me attempt, sir.
Okay. Your name?
I'm Isa Yunusa.
Okay, Isa Yunusa, inakwana?
Lafiya lau ya aiki, sir.
Okay. So, Jeka, we are hearing you. We can hear you.
Value for money can be referred to as
Okay.
you have something. You have something that you need to needs that you need to satisfy, and it requires money. So when that money that you are able to achieve that need, as in successfully. So
okay.
You can say the value, and it commensurates the need. You achieve the need satisfactorily, and it commensurate with the money that you spend on that needs. You have invested. Yes, you can say yes. The value for money has been achieved. But when the money is outrageous, maybe something that you're supposed to spend 10,000, you end up spending 50,000 or 100,000, and without even if you achieve the needs, it didn't commensurate.
It doesn't
commensurate. And as to some extent, yes, with the value for money, and in some instances, you may not even achieve the money, the value for the money, and as well you spend more than what you are expected to spend.
Okay. Thank you, Isa. Thank you, Isa. You are in line. Any other attempt?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Your name?
My name is Dan Febo in Accra, Dixon.
Okay. Okay.
Value for money, to my own understanding, means that your expenditure, whatever amount you spend to achieve the target, the purpose of spending that money, and at the right amount.
Yes.
To meet the desire of that expenditure acquisition.
Okay. Okay, Dixon, let me throw a question to you.
Yes, sir.
If I get a bottled water here in my I'm in school environment now, I get a bottled water for 500 naira. Yeah. And
yes, sir.
I get the same bottled water in a hotel premises in town when I get to town for 2,000 naira.
Yes.
Did I actually achieve the value for money when I got it for 2,000 naira in the hotel premises?
No, sir.
Now, yes, sir. The purpose of need arises.
Okay.
Now, where you are.
Okay.
If it is actually the going price there, and there is need for you to purchase that water. Maybe you are very thirsty. You buy it, and it serves the purpose of which you are buying it. It is correct, to my own understanding.
Okay. Okay. So, the both of you are actually correct. But I want to come in here. You can. So, you can talk now. So when you talk about value for money, yes, that word money brings the confusion. Once you say value for money, everybody is looking at the purchasing power, the price. But I want to tell you guys at the end of this class that when I'm talking about value for money, it goes beyond the price. It goes beyond the amount. And then in defining value for money, there are key terms that you need to consider. It's not here on the material. It's not here on the slide I'm showing. So I would like you to note it down wherever you are. That you can't talk about value for money. Yes, the first consideration is economy. We have what we call 4 E's when we are considering value for money. The first E represents economy. The second E represents efficiency. Is what you are getting with that money at that price, is it going to be efficient? The third E is effectiveness. Is it effective? And the fourth E is equity. I said the first E is economy, the second is efficiency, the third is effectiveness, and the fourth is equity. Now, if you look at the combination, if you look at these 4 terms, you would see that it is only even one aspect of the 4 E's that has to do with the purchasing power of money, which is economy. So by percentage, you would even see that achieving the right value for money is beyond the economy. You have 3 other E's as against economy: effectiveness, equity, and efficiency, which are not money related. So that I got an item for 5,000 in a certain place and got the same item for 500 naira in a certain place, I could actually get the value for money at even that 5,000 naira I got it, depending on the condition of the place where I got that item, than even when I got it for 500 naira in another place. Someone is raising his hand. Yes. You can unmute Gani. You want to talk? Okay. Fayo Wole, you want to talk?
Yes, I want to talk.
Yes, I'm listening.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. We can hear you.
Yeah. When you're talking about value for money, like you said, it's beyond the purchasing power.
Yes.
It's like money is buying the right product or service.
Please, can you raise your voice?
I said value for money is beyond. Somebody should mute that child is disturbing me. Yes.
Please mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I said, like you said, is more than the economy, because value for money is buying the right product or service at the right quality for the right place, like you said, for the right supplier at the right time. At the right time. At the right time. Like you said, you can buy something of 5,000 naira and get your value for money. For example, if I want to buy a laptop, I'm buying a laptop of they said it's 350. But at the end of the day, the laptop of 350 continues to break down all the time. And I'm having only 1 year warranty. But there's another place I can buy that laptop of 380,000 naira with 3-year guarantee. And the level of repair is very low. So with that 380, I'm getting value for my money rather than that 350.
Exactly.
That is the way I can just explain it. Thank you.
Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. And that's actually what I'm trying to explain. That the value for money is beyond the price, is beyond the initial purchasing price. It goes beyond that first initial price to even the whole life basis. The second highlighted term there is the society and the economy. In terms of generating benefit, not only to the organization, but also to the society and the economy, while maintaining whilst minimizing damage to the environment. So as we go further, we will see the combination of the three basic pillars that make up sustainable procurement. This my slide. My slide is not. Yeah, okay. So SPP establishes a doctrine that the cheapest price is not necessarily the best. Just like the last speaker said, you can actually get, as a procurement officer, you can actually have two bids, one with the lower price and the other with a higher price. But when you critically look at these two items and check the maintenance cost over time, you will see that it is even easier and even better to purchase that with an initial higher price, whose maintenance cost is lower, rather than purchasing that of the cheapest price with a higher maintenance cost. So SPP establishes a doctrine that the cheapest price is not necessarily the best when the boundaries for calculating the costs and benefits are expanded beyond the procurement entity's purchasing price to include the economy at large, including the national and social environmental objectives. Sustainable procurements are generally regarded as socially responsible and green, meaning for a procurement to be sustainable, it must be socially responsible and it must be green. Yesterday, we had a celebration in my university here where we did where we marked the environmental day. You could see that everybody's uniform on the, I wish I could post the pictures, I could share the pictures. The uniform was green. It wasn't green by accident. Whenever you talk about environment, if that's one of the takeouts you can take out from this lecture, after this lecture, green is a color we use to denote the environment. So whenever you hear or you see me talking about green during the course of this lecture, it means I'm talking about environment. So first of all, we are going to be looking at the three pillars that make up the sustainable public procurement. The first pillar is the economic pillar. The second is the social. And the third is the green, which is the environmental pillar. So the first pillar is what we are looking at, which is the economic pillar. This pillar focuses on achieving the best value for money, price, quality, availability, functionality, innovation, cost of ownership, life cycle costing. So when we are dealing with sustainable public procurement or sustainable procurement, we are looking at a life cycle costing. What's a life cycle costing? A life cycle costing is the kind of costing or is a type of costing that begins from the initial price, combines both the maintenance costs, even up till the salvage value, precisely for goods, for procurement that has to do with goods. Life cycle costing does not end after the initial purchase. It continues. It takes recognizance of the maintenance. It takes recognizance of even when you are finished using the goods, for instance, vehicle or even laptop. Even when you are finished using it and you want to sell it, the salvage value is part of the life cycle costing. That's what you consider. So when you are dealing with sustainable procurement, just as I said when I started these lectures, it is not just about the present value. It is not about meeting the present need. It is also considering the futuristic needs, the futuristic value of okay. So, sorry for that breakout. So the next is economic development. What you are purchasing or what you are procuring, what is the effect of that procurement on the economic development of that region, that state, or the country as large, at a large? That's said, the next is employment creation. Does that procurement process encourage employment creation, or does it?
Having a poor audio, sir.
Okay. Okay. So, does that procurement process inhibit employment creation? That's a question to answer if we are actually to practice sustainable public procurement. And under that economic pillar, we also have good governance and innovation. Your procurement process should be able to encourage innovation. You should be able to encourage new products and services through opening the options for bidders for alternative solutions. Just for instance, let me bring us to real life application. In my school here, there is a new station for CNG gas, where you can convert your petrol vehicle to CNG. From research, it has shown that, okay, let me leave that. I will talk about that in the environment. I will use that explicitly for explanation for the environmental pillar. But that said, we need to be sure that when we are looking at innovation, when we are looking at the economic pillar, that whichever procurement process you are taking should bring in innovation, should bring in new products and services. Okay, so the other pillar is the social pillar, which uses SPP to promote new skills, capabilities of the workforce and on-job training, human and labor rights, reduction of poverty and inequality, job security, social inclusion. Now, when you talk about social pillar, this is one of the most underrated aspects of one of the most underrated pillars when you are looking at sustainable procurement. But I can put it to you that it is the pillar that can actually cause the highest havoc if not properly taken care of. Let's take, for instance, you want to do a construction for sanitary landfill. When I mean sanitary landfill, I mean a borrow pit where you dump refuse. If you are familiar with my school, you will know that my school has 3 host communities: Eziobodo, Ihiagwa, and Obinze. Now, you want to do a construction. You want to do a construction of a sanitary landfill, and you don't consider the social aspects, then there is going to be a problem. Based on that example, if you are to construct such, or you want to embark on such a project, you need to give maximum concentration or maximum which other word would I use? Maximum concentration to the social pillar, because you know that that kind of project is it has its own negative part. When you want to construct a landfill now, for instance, you know that it will give out bad odor, it will give out bad smell, it has environmental impact. And then you're expecting people who are not generating that waste, who are not the persons generating that waste, to receive that waste in their community. It will be a problem. If you don't address the social parts before embarking on such projects, then there will be a problem at the end of the day. Just for instance, as I said, we have 3 host communities, and we are now generating waste from these 3 host communities and dumping it in only one of the communities without addressing the community that is going to host that project, telling them that, okay, this project I'm going to site in your community. I'm going to make sure that I employ people from your community to take care of the project, regardless of the environmental impact of that project. I'm going to be paying you people so amount every month for the inconvenience this project is going to cost you people. You didn't address those issues, those social issues. I just wake up and went to cite such a project in their community. Bet me, it won't stand the test of time. Even if you use policemen and security to go to the community to cite that kind of project, after some time, it's not going to be sustainable, because the host community of that project will fight against that project, and thereby cutting its lifespan, and hereby making the project unsustainable. So that's very critical. People underrate that social aspect, that social pillar. Most times people just give preference to the economy pillar because it has to do with money, but underrating the social inclusion, that if you don't bring in that social pillar, if you don't give a maximum concentration to that social pillar, it could even destroy both the economic and the environmental pillar. Another example of that social pillar is human and labor rights. The social pillar gives considerations to human and labor rights, which as a procurement officer or a procurement entity, as the case may be, must give full consideration to the human and labor rights before award of contracts. Okay? Then the next we are going to be looking at is the environmental issues. We have examples on environmental issues as emissions to air, greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide and other pollutants. For your procurement to be sustainable, you need to consider the environment, not just the social, but also the environment. When procuring, you do comparison between goods or even services, as the case may be, that are more environmentally friendly. Okay? We have issues on pillars of sustainability, the environment particularly, releasing of chemicals, chemical pollution to water courses. The other day, I was reading online a case between a village, a community in Enugu State that is a host to one of the breweries company. They took the brewery, they sued the brewery company. Why? Because the waste from the brewery company is being released into their water course. And according to the community, any of our participants who is from Enugu State will confirm to me that Enugu State primarily has issues of water. So that particular community in Enugu State claim that their only source of water is that water course. And then this brewery company, I won't mention name, is releasing their waste, their chemical waste into their water course, thereby polluting their water course. It became a problem. The community sued the company, and court had to give an injunction for stop of work. So you could see how environmental issues could bring problems in procurement processes. We move to socially responsible public procurement. Before you can consider a procurement process to be socially responsible public procurement, it must have the following social considerations. Your procurement process must be able to provide employment opportunities, especially, this is not part of the slide, but especially to the host communities. We could all testify to what is happening in the Niger Delta region currently. Although for some time, the insecurity in the north has taken over the news, but that cannot take away that there are still patches of militancy too in the Niger Delta region. What is the basic cause? The procurement processes of, or the procurement process of the companies, the oil companies in that region is not socially responsible. When I say it's not socially responsible, I mean that it doesn't provide employment opportunities for people in that region. It's one of their fights, it's one of their cases. It doesn't give a decent work conditions. For a socially responsible public procurement, it should give a decent work conditions. It doesn't have compliance to the social and labor rights. For a socially responsible public procurement, it must have compliance with social and labor rights. Socially responsible public procurement should have social inclusions, persons with disabilities, including persons with disabilities. So it is even encouraged that as procurement entities, when advertising for when you're advertising for either goods, for either works or services, there should be special considerations to persons living with disabilities. That's what makes your bid advert socially responsible. It should also have equal opportunities. There should be no discrimination. There should be no gender discrimination. In fact, when you look at most United Nations adverts for jobs, for job opportunities, if any of the participants is used to what I'm saying, you can confirm that, you can verify that. Most United Nations adverts for their job placement, at the end of the advert, you will see them writing, women who are qualified for this post are strongly encouraged to apply. This line of statements are lines of statement that are expected to be seen in our documents for procurement. These are lines of statements that shows that your procurement process is socially responsible. Okay? Can you unmute the participants? Can somebody give us real life examples of socially responsible public procurement outside what I have stated here in this section? Yes. Can you unmute Ganu?
Good morning.
Okay, Ganu, you can speak.
Yeah, my name is FUTO. In what you said about socially responsible public procurement.
Okay. Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, ma'am.
I didn't get your name again. Okay.
Let's take Nigeria as a case study.
Okay.
Yes. Allowing youths to be part of Nigerian politics and gender sensitive, gender sensitive,
okay.
Not to be only men affair. Women are now bring into the limelight of Nigerian politics, thereby make it social responsive. This is not a situation where men take it all. But these are now, we allow women to participate.
I think during the past administration, it was passed into bill that every aspect of the government should have at least 30% female
of women
gender balance. Are you aware?
Yes, I'm aware. This is a typical example of social responsibility in public.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Is there any other trial? Okay, I can see.
Good day.
Daniel.
Okay. Can I talk, please?
Yes, introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Joko Henry Nemeka. Yeah,
okay.
I think own typical example of a socially responsible procurement exercise is just a case study or an instance of this our procurement exercise we are doing, where the World Bank assisted it and cutting across all corners, not stipulating that okay, they need so amount of men, so amount of women. Women are encouraged to participate. Everybody are encouraged, both creed and religion, everybody is encouraged to participate, and everybody is carried along. I think that's my own example of socially responsive procurement. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Contribution. Hello?
I'm listening. Talk.
Yes, my name is Isa Yunusa from ABU area.
Okay, Isa
Regarding
Yunusa.
the aspect of socially responsible procurement, like the issue of child labor.
Child
The
labor.
socially responsible child labor discourage the use of underage labor in the case of project execution and other aspects of the procurement.
And what's the age for child labor? What's the minimum age? Let me know if you are grounded with your.
The children
What's
that
the
are less
minimum
than
age
18
that is considered wrong for child labor?
I think any age below 18 is child labor.
You say?
I'm not sure, very sure, sir. Less than 18.
Less than 18?
Yes.
Okay, you are correct. 18 years and above.
Yes.
Okay, so there is this case. There is this example I want to share that once happened around my place. So the construction workers, they actually want to construct a road, okay? And there is this widow that one of her properties was actually demolished during the construction of the road. Okay, even though you know how government procurement process is, it will take time for her to be compensated. But something happened. The widow had 2 children that were less than 18 years of age. But these children have this rapid growth that when you look at them, you would think that they are up to 30. You understand? They are male children. So while the construction of the road was going on, she asked her children to join the picking of stones, the little menial jobs within the contract, the road construction process. Okay? So an audit team came for inspection and then found out that these 2 persons that are working on that site are below 18. Okay? But it's not that they are doing hard labor. What they are doing, in fact, with their size, with their body size, they have strength. They are very strong enough to carry out that work without any. But the problem is they are not up to 18. So one of the persons who came for inspection interrogated the child, one of them, and asked him his age, and he said he's 15. So it's got the contractor into trouble. Okay, so when the contractor was called upon, are you not aware that children are working on this side? People that are below 18 are working on this side. He said yes, he knows about 2 people, but he doesn't really know their age. But why he allowed them to come and work is that their mother pleaded that this is the only way they can have money to eat. So out of sympathy, he allowed the 2 children to come and work after school hours on the site. Guess what? The contractor was queried. Yes, because it's against the law. The law says that your process should be socially responsible by not involving underaged children or underaged persons, not children actually, underaged persons on your site. So that's how, in fact, for some time, the contract was paused. The contract process was paused just to resolve that issue. It was that serious. So in conclusion, for your procurement process to be socially responsible, most times you need to remove emotions. There is no emotions. You need to be brutal with your decisions. You stand by the law. Yes, that's the truth. Because the contractor got into trouble because he attached emotions. Yes. So you need to be very, very straight. The law is the law. And you know, in Nigeria, our procurement law is the PPA 2000, which I am very sure my predecessors must have done justice to that before getting to this stage. There is nobody here that will claim that he or she is not aware of the Book of Life. I call it Book of Life of Procurement, PPA 2007, which is under revision currently. So with that, we will go for a short break and then come back for the part B of the sustainable public procurement processes. Thank you. Is there any question before we go?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, who just thanked me? Your name?
Isungbe Israel.
Israel. Okay. Can you tell me one thing you learned from this part? One new thing you learned.
Sir, the new thing I learned is about the value for money. Because
Okay, value for
economically,
money.
I thought that the value, yes, I thought that economically before, that the value for money is what money can buy. That is the purchasing power as an economist. But today I understood that if you buy a can water for 500 naira, whereas you buy it 2,000 naira in another place, that you shouldn't feel cheated or that the value of money is not there. So today I can say a different thing from the word value of money. Thank
That's
you, sir.
interesting. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. Thank you very much. Good.
You're welcome, sir.
So, how many minutes? So we'll take a break for 15 minutes. Is that okay? Then we'll come back by 11 and continue.
For your wonderful presentation, sir. We really appreciate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good morning. Please, can somebody confirm you can hear me? Olusegun Ogunsusi, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Okay, good,
Yes,
good,
sir.
good, good. I hope the tea break was worth it. So the part B is connected now. Thank you. The part B for sustainable public procurement, how to integrate environmental and social considerations into procurement processes. That's what we'll be looking at. We have the various procurement processes. As I mentioned earlier, the procurement cycle, starting from needs identification and needs assessment to your advertisements, your pre-qualification, your examination, your evaluation, your award, and what have you, the cycle. So we'll be looking at how we can integrate environmental, social, and even economic into these procurement processes. So integrating SPP considerations into needs identification. You can bear with me that the first stage of needs of a procurement process is the needs identification. But let me share a light on this needs identification before I continue. Just for instance, places like JOS, where we have government establishing camps due to insurgency, and the persons in these IDP camps are being taken care of by the government. And then imagine you are the procurement officer who is in charge of procuring items that will be used in that camp. And then, you know, when we have a camp, it is mostly made up of women and children. Most times in camps, when you get to those camps, what you see is mostly women and children. So, and then why I'm saying this is I want us to see the importance of needs identification so that we could see why it is good to integrate SPP consideration into needs identifications. You understand? So, if you are the procurement officer in charge of that camp and you go to make inquiry in that camp and they tell you that they need detergent, in that their camp. Okay? And then, you know, in procurement, we don't accept brand names. Publishing an advert with a brand name is actually a sin in procurement. Okay? Unless for special kind of procurement or special kind of goods that is, in fact, you must have to get a objection, offer of no objection, letter of no objection from the BPP before you can go ahead with such kind of procurement if you are to name a brand. So in that case, I'll open the floor. I'll open the floor for us to talk, to deliberate. What and how do you go about such a procurement process? Can I have one or two persons? Can I have one or two persons who would want to share? Open this so that I will see people that are raising their hands, just like it was before. Is there anybody raising up his hand? How do we know people who are raising up their hands? Because I want this section to be an interactive one. Is it fine? Yes. Okay, I will come back to that when we're able to fix the IT issues. So, but then environmental considerations. In the UK, the government requires procurement entities to use the following logic in integrating environmental considerations. Okay. The first one is, can the procuring entity rethink the procurement requirements can the procurement entity eliminate the procurement requirements? Can the procurement entity reduce the scope of its requirements? Can the procurement entity reuse the existing facilities or recycle the existing products, or dispose certain features of the requirement with adverse environmental impact? And that gives rise to what we call the 4 R's in environmental management, which is the reduce, the reuse, the recycle, and the recovery. So it is expected that right at the need identification stage, that you should be able to answer these questions on reuse, reduce, recycle, and recover before even embarking on that procurement process. Number 2, does the redefined requirements meet the test of affordability and cost effectiveness for integrating such environmental issues within the budget of this purchase? That's for environmental considerations. Then for social considerations, one needs to understand the mandate of the procurement entity and goals with respect to promotion of social issues. For you to incorporate social considerations in sustainable public procurement in need identification stage, you also need to understand how the PE can further advance national social development issues in procurement. I'll take my time to explain this. Then understand the requirements of labor and other related laws in the social domains, like the SMEs, set aside for defined disadvantaged groups. Then you also need to understand and apply the test of affordability of integrating such social issues within the budget for this purchase. analyze the cost and benefit analysis of integrating such social issues within the intended procurement, and ensure that procurement does not prevent access to small and medium scale enterprises and other disadvantaged groups. Now, these are things you need to look at holistically, not when you have started the procurement process, just at the need identification stage. At that time of needs identification is the time in which you need to know whether that procurement process is going to promote social issues, whether the goals of that procurement process is in line with promotion and respect to social issues. Now, let me give you people an example, a real life example. It happened in Anambra State. People from Anambra State can confirm this information I'm giving. Around the Kulobia, if you are from Anambra State, you will attest to this story I'm about to tell. If you go to Kulobia currently, there is a flyover now, a new flyover constructed by the Soludo-led administration at Kulobia. Now, during the construction of that flyover, the contractor there, at a stage, it was even on the news, met in one of the villages that is along the road, the road construction. They met the shrine, the village shrine. It's a social issue during the construction. Now, it halted the process. People who are familiar with the story will confirm what I'm telling you. For some weeks, they couldn't continue the project. Now, why was it that way? Because the contractors and the procurement entity did not do proper SPP consideration during the need identification. Because if they had done social considerations, they would have observed that along the road, when they are going to be doing that construction, they are going to meet a shrine that has worshippers in that community. And you cannot just wake up in the morning and destroy people's religion or people's shrine without doing due consultation. That's a social issue. It halted the construction process for a period of time, though not so long, but it was on the news because the people in the community refused that the shrine will give way for that construction. And even the contractor handling the project was scared of removing the shrine. So that was at that point that they had to now start doing meetings, both in the Ikulobi and Oka, for them to have an agreement on how to move the shrine. But these are things that if actually was pointed out at the need identification stage, wouldn't have delayed the program. There would have been a standing agreement between the community and the contractor, such that when they get to that stage, they already know what to do. Please, can you open? Does anybody have any other real life example? Or if you have any comments to this example I've made, please, I want to hear from the participants. Is there anybody who has a comment? You can raise your hand, please. Let me unmute you. Okay, you can talk.
Hello, sir.
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes.
Yes. What I want to say is not from the angle you are coming from. My name is Dan Febo in Accra Dixon.
Okay.
Yes. it's not from the angle you are coming from. Now, what you are saying is where we have an existing shrine. But what we notice these days, you find out that once people are aware that XYZ project is coming, they go out there to put unnecessary construction, shrines, graves, and the rest. So in such situation, how do we handle such things? Because it's a serious matter.
Yeah, it's a serious matter. It's a social problem. Yes. I'm not disputing the fact that sometimes people can be fraudulent, that they will intentionally go to block projects just for their own personal gains. Yes, it's very, but that's fraudulent. I'm not looking at the fraudulent aspect. I'm looking at the ones that are genuine. I just gave an example of a shrine. There are other examples.
A typical example was Finima community in Bonny Island, where they wanted to build the LNG plant. And the people said they were not going. But then it was military, so they were forced to move out somehow, which created a lot of problems before they relocated them. Even where they relocated them to, the LNG expansion also wanted to affect that area. So you cannot keep on, should I use the word, disturbing the life of a people. An entire community, you relocate them from one point to the other, and you want to relocate them again, and they don't even know if where you are relocating them to will be the end.
Or not.
Suitability is not even the issue, whether it will be the end of the matter.
The end of the matter, whether you will still come to relocate them again.
Come to relocate them.
Okay.
So
why I'm opening up this is because people, when you talk about SPP, sustainable procurement, people tend to look at it only at the angle of money, the value for money. Even though we've explained that value for money is beyond the economy factor at the beginning of this class. But whenever you talk about it, people tend, but I'm trying to open our eyes to see that social consideration is a very delicate aspect of sustainable public procurement that people underestimate or underrate. In fact, most social problems are threats to human lives directly. Because at the end of the day, if it is not properly or amicably resolved, the results is usually most times death. Just for instance, that shrine example that I gave. If the contractor had insisted against the will of the community to go ahead and remove that shrine without their consent, we all know how Africa is. They may not even, his workers may not even survive it. It depends though. So, but then that's a social issue. And people tend to neglect. Just even the example one of our participants just stated now, moving people from one place to another for your own construction. It is a social issue. Even the example I gave earlier, the one about sanitary landfill, the dump site, locating such a project without the consent, without initial consideration at the need identification stage. You didn't consult the community, you didn't do enough social considerations, they will allow you. You will come and dig the borrow pit. But immediately you are leaving, the next day, the youth of the community will close it up. And by so doing, you've wasted money, you've wasted time, and also caused environmental problems. So that is how very, very critical social considerations are. that before you even embark on any project, at the need identification stage, you should do social considerations. Now, that is only for that is at the community level. Now, if you look at the national social development, there are laid down organizations, the programs, sorry, there are laid down programs currently by the federal government on social promotions. At the need identification stage, before you even carry out your procurement process, you should be able to identify if that procurement process is going to advance those social development programs. Okay? Thirdly, understanding the requirements of labors and other related laws. At even the identification stage, the contractor and even the procurement entity should be able to understand how labor works in that country, regardless, or in that state where the procurement process is going to be carried out. Examples of social features in specifications, integrating SPP in requirement definitions. We have health and safety standards, local production, ethical source, and labor standards. Now, under sustainable public procurement, it is advised and encouraged that you patronize the local manufacturers. You give priority to local manufacturers. Okay? And then the next is gender equity and women-owned businesses and disadvantaged groups. The next is codes of conduct and reporting of incidents, including work-related or pertaining sexual abuse and harassment. For that of gender equity and women-owned business, I don't need to overemphasize on it. It is clear that as requirement definition, you should be able to include gender equity. Then, examples of environmental features in specifications. When you are preparing your specification, you should be able to indicate biodegradability, the recyclability of the products, the energy and water efficiency, the minimum packaging, minimum use of toxic chemicals and organic products. So it is advised that procurement entities should go for goods when preparing specifications. They should prepare specifications that in such a way that especially for goods, that those goods should be biodegradable. They should be able to be recycled. They should be easy to be recycled. Energy and water efficient. The packaging should be as minimum as possible. And then minimum use of toxic chemicals and organic products. Then it should also include certifications for environmental management. It should include certifications for environmental management.
Ya hankali ba hankali. Idan mu dai ɗan taɓa hankali ne don samun ɗin nan. Wannan gidan za ka shiga. Garin gidan. Oh. 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 500.
Hello, good afternoon. Great training. Please, a form has been sent to you through the WhatsApp group. So it's expected that you fill the form. That's a feedback form for the program. So no feedback for no certificate, no quiz, no certificate. So please, it's expected that you fill the form before the end of this class. Sorry, after this class, before the end of today's class. Please, it's very important. We'll be posting the list of those who have filled the form, and those that have not filled the form, make sure you fill it before the close of work today. Thank you very much. Dr. Nwafo Godwin, MIE reporting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We have done that.
Sawan tadi lagi. Absent on the line.
Okay. So I hope you got the point that you must fill the form by the end of today. It's mandatory. It's not a choice, please. If not, no form, no certificate. My slide is not moving again. Laptop behind here. I can change it to IT. Director IT. Okay. So, integrating SPP consideration into bidders qualifications. SPP requirements can be integrated into qualifications, requirement of bidders in goods, work, and services, while respecting the legal requirements of non-discrimination and proportionality. Traditionally, procurement entities assesses bidder qualifications on ground of general specific experience, production capacity, financial capacity, meeting legal requirements, absence of professional misconduct, and absence of previous convictions, involvement in fraud. And the question is, how many of our contractors are being inspected or qualified in line of previous convictions or involvement in fraud and corruption? That's the question. And that's why we are here in this training. To tell you that for you to have a sustainable public procurement, your bidders qualifications should be on the ground that the contractor or the vendor do not have previous convictions for involvement in fraud and corruption, and also do not have any professional misconduct, and have met legal requirements like payment of taxes, financial capacity, which is a normal criteria, which is the most popular criteria, production capacity, and general specific experience. Now, examples of environmental criteria as related to bidders' qualification that can be adopted. The first is setting exclusion criteria based on environmental grounds. Okay? Such that once you don't meet any of the environmental grounds, the contractor or the vendor should be excluded immediately. Most times during our bid evaluation, you will see that most of the conditions for excluding a vendor, a contractor, is solely financially based or economically based. But at the end of this section, you should, in your various places of work, as a practicing procurement practitioner, okay, to try to set in exclusion criteria based on environmental grounds, such as absence of grave professional misconduct related to violation of environmental regulations that can be proven by the procurement entity. Once a contractor has a grave professional misconduct that violates the environmental regulations, such person should be excluded. Bidders of previous environmental experience and capacity in executing similar contracts, meaning you should include contractors and vendors who have previous experience and capacity in executing similar contracts that are environmentally related. Examples of social criteria related to bidders' qualification. Number one is setting an exclusion criteria for a bidder applicant with past record. Once a bidder has a past record of grave professional misconduct against labor law, that bidder should be excluded immediately. Once a bidder has a past record of sexual harassment or sexual exploitation, that person, as far as it can be proven by the procurement entity, not just mere allegation, should be excluded immediately. Okay? Bello wants to talk. Can you unmute Bello? Yeah, Bello, you can talk. Unmute yourself and talk. Bello.
Yeah, well, please, my question is this.
Yes.
I want us to be as practical as possible.
Okay.
You know, verifying a bidder's involvement in any previous corruption cases or crime conviction, verifying it is always very difficult. Verifying a bidder for record of sexual harassment in the past is always very, very difficult. How best do you think we can do it, apart from maybe court affidavit to ascertain that none of this exists in his record? Is there any other way? Because I don't know, it's difficult for us to assess
When you say it's difficult, I am trying to understand, because we are in a digital age. We are in a digital era. That's as your name is, as I'm looking at your name now, if I type your name online, I should be able to see if there is a sexual harassment record. I should be able to see it on one of either of the social medias platforms.
It's okay. It's okay.
Once it has been established, it is something. It is. I don't think it is something difficult to find out.
It's okay though.
In fact,
let me learn the voice. Let me learn the voice. Let me learn the voice.
Yes.
You know, the whole idea of having an affidavit is to exonerate the procuring officer in case if there is anything. So the issue of having an affidavit, you are sworn an oath. So if you are lying under an oath and peradventure at the time at a time XYZ is discovered that it nullifies that. So the procuring officer is exonerated. So let's not stress ourselves on the issue of you trying to do any unethical or otherwise verification. That affidavit suffices at each point in time.
Okay, but when you discover that the affidavit is not, that the person is guilty after swearing the affidavit, the procurement entity or the procurement officer is exonerated. Is that what you're trying to say? Hello? Can you hear me? Please, can you hear me? Yes. So you can hear me. So the second is absence of court convictions related to respected labor and social ethical regulations. Then the third is qualification criteria with respect to labor skills and considerations. Those are examples of social criteria related to bidders' qualification. You should have specific knowledge in executing contracts of specific or sensitive social setting and multilingual experience of certain staff and prospective contractor or service provider. Okay, let me give an example. During the World Cup in 2022 in Qatar. Are we there? Somebody is still talking. So, during the World Cup in 2022 in Qatar, I think that was the last time Nigeria qualified. Is it 2022? Did Nigeria qualify for that? I don't think so. But let's assume Nigeria qualified for that World Cup in 2022 in Qatar. My Muslim brothers that are participants here will agree with me that in the Islamic world, that Qatar is an Islamic nation, that alcohol is a sin. And let's assume that Nigeria qualified for that World Cup. And some of our players, let's also assume that you're a procurement officer for NFF, who is going to procure the things or items the team is going to travel to Qatar with. So you do your needs assessment, your needs identification, and the players listed what they will be needing during the World Cup, during the period of 3 weeks or 1 month they will spend in Qatar. And one of the players listed alcohol in his needs assessment, alcoholic drink, in his needs, in his needs, actually. Can I have a contribution? What do you think? How do we handle such a situation? Because knowing that Qatar is an Islamic nation where alcohol is banned, what happens? Is there anybody raising up his or her hand? Engineer Adekunle, can I hear you talk? Unmute yourself. You can talk. We are listening.
Yeah, can I speak?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Good morning. My name is Engineer Jasper, the librarian. So again,
okay.
I feel this is very critical discussion.
No, go ahead and sir. You understand? I'm telling you. No, I don't think so. Okay, I need to.
The country was clearly said.
No, seriously. You have to do it. So you must do it. Not an option. So long as you have IR paper, it's not an option for you. When you really because it's part of your KPI.
Put everybody, move everybody.
So the earlier the better you know.
Please, just Adekunle, please unmute yourself.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Engineer Adekunle,
yes, I'm talking. Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. It's a very good and very eye-opener. But based on your Qatar question,
Yes.
I have a point of correction there.
Okay, I'm listening.
I was in Qatar. I spent 7 years in Qatar.
Oh.
And I drink alcohol every week in Qatar.
Ah.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a designated place. There's a designated area where people drink alcohol in Qatar.
Okay.
You go to club. It's an underground club every weekend. You go there. You drink your alcohol there. So a lot of conception that some of us are having about the Arab country, some of us that have not visited. Me, I spent 8 years in Qatar.
What I'm actually saying in my own context of example is, if the social setting, I'm just assuming, I'm not saying every place in Qatar is banned from alcohol, but the social setting, that's an Islamic country. You wouldn't compare the easy access of alcohol in Nigeria with that of Qatar.
Yes, it's restricted. It's not. You have to get a license.
Exactly.
You have to get a license to drink alcohol. So
exactly.
if all these procedures are adhered to, nobody will tell you not to drink. There's a specific area. Even the first redeemed church in Qatar, we are the one that the Qatari government gave us a land to build a redeemed church. I was a pioneer people that build the redeemed church in Qatar.
Okay.
Every Friday, it's only on Friday that you don't go to church on Sunday there. You go to church on Friday. They even give you a vehicle to go to church. So
what I'm trying to explain.
Yes, I'm coming. I'm just giving just an overview scenario. Yes. In alcoholic contest now, you abide by the procedures. You get your license. You have a registered area to do your this. So it's not the
okay. What I'm trying to say is that if you are to give such a procurement contract to any vendor, if you are to award such a contract to any vendor, just like you have just mentioned now, if you are a contractor with this experience you've told me now, that you have social set, you have the background social knowledge of that Qatar, then you are qualified. That's what I'm trying to open our eyes to see, that there are settings that are sensitive. That is not everybody that's supposed to handle that setting.
You're right, sir, you're right.
Yes, that's my explanation. That's what I'm trying to open our eyes to see. That there are some contracts that are sensitive. There are some awards that are sensitive. That you have the financial capacity to carry out that award does not guarantee the procurement entity to give you that contract. You should have given us enough reasons that you can work in that sensitive social setting. It's just like giving a contractor an award of contract in, well, let me use Imo State as an example. The volatile parts of Imo State, like Ohaji Egbema. You may have the capacity, the financial capacity, or as a contractor to carry out the work, but you are not familiar with the social setting of that area. If I give you the contract, it means that if you get to that, you have problems. But another contractor who may not have so much financial capacity as you have, but is familiar with the terrain, is familiar with the social setting of that area. Yes, I can award him the contract.
You are right. I agree with you.
So that's my explanation, actually. And then, examples of environmental evaluation criteria. We have the recyclability, environmental performance in terms of composition of materials. Then examples of social evaluation criteria, which we've talked about. And then that's the end. So we will be looking at green procurement. My partner, Dr. Uche, I don't know if he's there. Dr. Uche, are you there? Mute everybody. Okay, what will happen is I will give another 15 minutes break. And then after the 15 minutes break, my second will take over. The second facilitator will take over. Thank you. Yes. Have you muted me?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay, just to be sure that I can.
Good afternoon, sir. Please, I've tried to talk a question. I want to ask question.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you? Yes,
Okay,
we can hear you, sir. Good morning, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. It's now afternoon.
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Good morning,
All
sir.
right.
Good afternoon,
Okay.
sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining today's presentation. Please, I want to appeal that to minimize distraction, please let's all mute our mic. If you have any questions, you can use the raise your hand option that we have on Zoom, so that we can see your indication and call you up to ask your question. We'll try to make the presentation interactive. The foundation has already been laid on sustainability as regards procurement. So we know some basic information already, and we'll work on that information and progress further. Okay, so today we're going to look at two parts of the presentation. The first one is green procurement. So what does it mean when we say we want to procure green? I believe we all know the difference between general procurement and public procurement. When we have taxpayers' money involved in procurement, then that's public procurement. And it has a lot of implication on our socio-economic lifestyle, because it can affect even more people. It can affect development. The rich, if it's not done properly, has more negative impact on the society. So now we're going to look at green public procurement. So what does it necessarily mean when we say green public procurement? So you see, when the emphasis is more on environmental impact, when we want to procure, whether it's goods or services on the public domain, and our aim is we are trying to evaluate the impact it will have on the environment, the impact of the decision to procure. If that impact on the environment is key, then that's when we're talking about green procurement. Okay. There are different approach to this, but something has led to green procurement becoming more important in the discourse over the years. We know what environmental impacts can cause to the social and the economic aspects of our considerations in procurement. So if we leave off environmental, it has a way of also impacting on the other areas we think we are considering. If our objective is to save money and we neglect the impact on the environment, we'll end up saving money and we'll end up spending the money. If our impact is on the social consideration of procurement and we neglect environmental, it also has a way of getting back to us. So the environmental impact is something that is of importance now and has become widely considered as one of the pillars of sustainable procurement. Okay. So we're going to look through some of the slides and the concepts that are associated with green public procurement. Okay. I may not be reading the slides as we go, but I'll try to explain it as we progress. Okay. So there are some sectors that constitute general sectors that affect us daily or affect our society and our country daily, on a daily basis. So we find ourselves procuring when it comes to construction, buildings, Please.
That concern me. That Medicare.
Sorry, please mute your
I know
mics.
the donors.
Thank you. So we procure as regards the agricultural sector, transportation sector, of course, buildings, construction,
Yourself again, please. Doc, unmute yourself again, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, so I was explaining that there are different sectors that when we make the decision to procure, it usually affects different sectors of our living. Construction is one key area. Agriculture is one key area. The nature of when we talk of environment, there are different things that have direct impact on our health as citizens of a society. Water treatment is key. The nature of the water we drink has a lot to do with not just the environment, but us living in it, our health status. So whether it's transportation, whether we are procuring as regards things for agricultural purpose, it is important that we factor in green procurement. Now, why is it necessary? It's necessary because emissions from our environment or emissions from the things we use in our daily life can affect our environment. If we're looking at the transportation sector, for example, we know that gas emissions from vehicles can affect us. And this is the reason why, though it may not sound so sustainable in terms of energy generation, but renewables have become the order of the day because of the reduced emissions that come from renewables. So you see that transition moving from fossil fuel energy to renewables. And this is the whole idea of green initiatives in procurement. When we talk of buildings, the focus is now going towards energy saving options in construction. Whether we are carrying out a design or we are in the actual construction process itself, there is need now, the drive now is for sustainability in construction, to use materials that give low carbon footprint or low carbon emission, materials that are reusable, because reusability or recyclability is a key aspect of our sustainability. Okay, so whether it's the materials we are using for our construction or the design forms that we are adopting, the whole idea now is to achieve building forms that are friendly, much more friendly to the environment, that would not require a lot of external energy generation, and that would also minimize emissions. On the agricultural side, the focus now is headed towards the use of more natural additives for our crops, even though we know that when we use the engineered additives, there could be a longer lasting environmental impact. And what I mean is the use of natural fertilizers as against artificial fertilizer. So even though we know that artificial fertilizers can help increase throughput, but when we speak green, we need to consider the long-term effect of using those on our soil. So the whole idea is the awareness that comes with the decisions we make to procure and how those things impact our environment. That is the overall objective of green procurement. When we talk about wastewater treatment, again, that is a key area now that that is of of importance and is receiving a lot of focus. We want to recycle as much as possible water, and if we can treat it and recycle it and reuse it, it's better than to go into the process of getting fresh water and retreating it all over again, because that process would require energy. And when we talk of green procurement, we're trying to minimize energy generation. Energy generation is going to lead to emissions. Emissions is going to affect the environment. So it's for us to have a greener, bigger picture of what decisions we make and how it affects generally the environment. Okay. All right, so let's progress and look into some other areas. So what exactly is GPP? When an enterprise is concerned with environmental impacts and the decision to purchase goods, then that is where we talk about green public procurement. Okay, and it considers the environmental impact, just like I had mentioned earlier. Now, we need to understand that different countries have different regulations for green public procurement. And the reason is because of the awareness, the level of awareness. In Nigeria, it doesn't seem like we have attained the same level like most Western countries. But the fact is that cannot be denied is that if you look around, you see that the drive towards decisions that will affect procurement, especially as it regards environmental considerations, is now in place. Take, for example, the other day we heard over the news that the State House in Abuja is now being powered by solar energy. So such a decision, well, even though we may not have been part of that decision, but one thing you can agree is that such a decision has factored in the impact of fossil generation and the emissions that would come from it. The decision to go into a greener solution or a greener alternative is something that favors green procurement. Some people may argue that, yeah, while that favors the decision for green procurement, it doesn't favor sustainability because Nigerian companies may not have been involved in the manufacture or distribution of those units that were used in that installation. So that is a discussion for another day. But while that meets the requirements for green procurement, it may not necessarily meet the requirements for sustainability, because sustainability is all-encompassing. It encourages local manufacturers. It encourages you buying from your kind, buying from your people, so that the money you spend in that procurement also affects the lives of your people. If it is within the community, then the community is the consideration. If it is within the nation, then the nation is the consideration. So that decision to procure something or a service or a good that keys into the global GPP requirements should also help and encourage local scale or small scale industries that are thriving within the area. Okay, so the regulations are different for different countries. There are some countries that have stringent laws on gas emission. Your vehicles must pass gas emission tests. Just like you are doing your renewal, your vehicles must pass gas emission tests in some countries. In some other countries, especially the developing countries, we don't have those stringent measures. But the fact is that as the awareness is increasing, we are gradually going to see that shift towards green procurement decisions as we progress over the years. Okay. There are some things that are key for green procurement, green public procurement. Okay? Things like recyclability, I mentioned it earlier, the need to use materials that you can recycle rather than materials that you can't recycle. And the reason for that is the energy that goes into producing new materials rather than recycling ones that are already there. Clean technology, when we talk about clean technology, fossil energy is not regarded as clean technology. Renewable is an example that can be considered as green technology. Reason being that the emissions from it are minimal, if not zero. Okay. Now the items we want to buy, how toxic are they to human life? How toxic are they to the environment? Many years ago, there was a time when there was a government task force in Rivers State that was going after fishermen who use this particular type of chemical to harvest fish from the sea. They would take a particular chemical and pour it in the water, and it will kill fish, and they will just take them and take them to the market and sell. Now, the environmental impact of such actions at the time may not have been something that we really understand, but eventually you get to see that there are some decisions and some practices we make that affect our environment. That water is water that people would fetch and use, and now it has chemicals in it. So when we look at the decisions that go into green public procurement, we look at how the things we are deciding to procure affect our environment in terms of toxicity to humans and to the environment. Okay. Now, like I said earlier, green procurement cannot be treated in isolation. It is part of one of the pillars of sustainable procurement, which is the environmental pillar. So when we look at the decision to procure green, we need to also factor it in alongside the economic and the social. Okay. So green procurement should drive innovation. It should also encourage local, small scale and medium scale developers in our country. If you recall the example I gave with the Aso Rock, the State House solar project, that decision was a good decision when it comes to green public procurement. However, more than 90% of those items that were used for that project were imported. So when we decide that we want to procure sustainably, it's good that we look and consider the three different pillars and ensure that every aspect of it is integrated in. Green procurement has the ability to influence the market, okay? Reduce hazardous substances, promote what we call circular economy, which is more like recyclability. Of course, again, helps in financial savings. So the money that leaves the country when you want to import items, if that money is spent by encouraging local manufacturers, then you can see the bigger picture on the amount of money you've been able to save and how that has gone back into bettering the lives of the citizens of the country. Okay. Of course, bills, we know when you are on a renewable option, what you spend reduces in the long run. If you are comparing the amount you spend on petrol, on a petrol engine vehicle versus a renewable electric vehicle, EV, you would see over time that there will be a break-even point, and eventually it reduces your bills when it comes to the amount of petrol you are spending and the turnaround maintenance that goes with using combustible engines against the EVs. So the benefits of GPP cannot be, they're so numerous. Okay? Emissions. So greenhouse emissions, we know how these things affect our environment. How GPP improves the quality of life. People can source for water and be sure that they are not drinking contaminated water. The level of treatment that we can give water before we pipe it to people would be minimized, knowing full well that it wasn't contaminated from the source. And a lot of other benefits that come with procuring green. Some terminologies associated with green public procurement. The first one we mentioned earlier was circular economy. Okay, so this drives mainly reusability. That is the whole objective of circular economy. Okay, so where you have items or materials that can be reused rather than procuring new materials. Now, reusability is better than recyclability, because to recycle a material, you will require energy. Take, for example, in our environment, if you look around, you see that one of the greatest environmental pollutants we have is from polyethylene. Polyethylene comes in these various forms, plastic bottles, pure water sachets, polyethylene bags, all over the place. This is, if not the highest material that is polluting our environment today. It has blocked several drains in different cities. It makes it difficult for circulation whenever the rainy season is on. And a lot of research is being done to see how we can have the same material degrade biologically. Not so much success has been recorded in that area, because if you are able to achieve that, the tensile properties of that material that is desirable will be reduced. So the focus has been on how to gather these materials and recycle them. I'm sure most of us know that there's a very big market for used plastic bottles. You may have seen, if you move around, a lot of people that package these plastic bottles and they sell them to companies that heat them up and recycle them. Now, recyclability is okay. The only issue with recyclability when it comes to green decisions is that you are going to spend some energy to recycle the material. And that energy is going to come from maybe either fossil fuels, and that process is you are going to have some emissions during that process of recycling those materials. Now, if you compare that with reusability, so reusability simply means you've used this material here. Maybe let's say, for example, steel. You used steel in construction. And when the building approached its end of life, you can dismantle the steel structure and reuse the same steel components for the next construction without having to recycle it. So you see the difference. One encourages the use of energy, of course, and everything that is associated with it. Emissions, the cost of fossil fuel to run the process, and of course, the higher costs involved in engaging personnel that will do that, in running the plants, and everything that's associated with it. On the other hand, reusability simply means take from here at the end of the service life, use in another place. So circular economy encompasses all of that, but the focus is more on reusability because it is more environmental friendly to reuse than to recycle. Okay, so sometimes we buy something and we are looking at maybe the cost, or we're looking at what is presented to us at the time without actually having an in-depth knowledge of the implication of what we are going to get into when we buy or when we make that decision. Is the model that is used to describe this type of thing is the iceberg. So when you see the iceberg, you are seeing a small portion of it, while the big mass is still down. And that's the mass that you don't see. And this is the reason why it's important that in decisions concerning green public procurement, we involve experts, we involve the right people in making such decisions. If we want to procure something that has to do with, let's say, for example, we want to procure chemicals that are to be used in the oil and gas sector for maybe emulsion treatment, scale deposit, for flow assurance mitigation. It is important to involve the right people. The right people, the professionals that have the competence and training will be able to drill down and tell you that this particular product, even though it will solve the problem immediately, but it has the tendency of causing a long-term problem for you, environmental long-term problem. So this slide shows some hidden aspects of costs, or if you will, other areas that could affect our decision of our procurement decision that we may not see on the surface. So you see operating cost, you see maintenance cost, the performance and quality, disposal. Disposal is very important. Sometimes we buy things, we don't think of the disposal. I'll give you an example. Battery disposal. The batteries we use for our vehicles. For many years, many people didn't know how to dispose batteries effectively. It was later that we found out that there are companies that buy those batteries and they have a way of recycling those battery cells and and they reuse them. And that's created a market for used batteries today. But if we didn't know, or if we didn't have that information on how to dispose batteries, the most likely thing we'll do over the years is that we'll do a landfill. Somebody someday is going to open up a big land area and infill batteries inside and cover it up. And that landfill is used for the disposal of many things. Before we found a way to recycle plastics and develop the market for recycling plastics, most plastics were disposed through landfill. Imagine what happens over the years. It is that same landfill that will permeate into the aquifer. And when you drill your borehole and you are drinking the water, it's contaminated from those things. So you see how these things affect us when you look at it on a bigger picture. And this is the reason why it's important to involve experts in decisions, especially when it comes to GPP. When it comes to GPP, we need to involve the experts, environmentalists, health professionals, economic professionals, etc. So these are some of the things that can affect us if we don't decide properly. We need to consider all these in that decision to procure, especially if our focus is green procurement, green public procurement. Okay, so let's look at some examples of GPP practices. Okay, so the first one says buying furniture manufactured from recycled material, or buying from the one that is made from non-polluting materials. See, so that's an example of GPP. So if you want to buy something and you are considering if that material is a recycled material, or if that material is a reused material, then you are considering the impact on the environment. Because if you want to buy a new one that they will have to go and manufacture, you are thinking of the impact of that manufacturing process on the environment in terms of emissions, in terms of fossil fuel that you are going to use, in terms of costs, in terms of exposure of the personnel that will work in such plants. Another example says buying home appliances, water heating equipment, lamps, or air conditioning units with eco labels. Okay, so there are materials that are sold that have eco labels on them. So, for example, you may see an item that you want to buy, and the manufacturer slaps a label on it to tell you that it is maybe biodegradable, for example. So you already know that this material, this polyethylene bag I want to use is environmentally friendly. If you decide that you are going to be buying that bag preferentially to other bags that are in the market, even if that one is more expensive, by deciding to buy it, you are encouraging that manufacturer. And if we make that decision collectively as a community, as a team, as a country, that way we will indirectly encourage green public procurement. Acquiring industrial equipment such as pumps or treatment plants that are energy efficient or that don't have pollutants in them, such decisions encourage green procurement practices. So the list goes on and on. If an individual decides that he wants to buy an electric vehicle as against a fossil, a combustible engine vehicle, that decision is an example of a green procurement practice. When we look at it on the public domain, imagine that we have in this country a vehicle assembling plant that assembles EVs, and the government decides that next year, more than 60% of the vehicles they are going to procure would be EVs. These are the decisions that you will look at and realize that these are examples of green public procurement practices. However, like I mentioned earlier, it would not make economic sense if when you decide to procure green, most of the things you are buying are imported. While that decision is made, it will also be good to back that decision up with procuring from local, small scale, medium scale, or large scale manufacturers in the country that are manufacturing items that have environment friendly labels, eco labels on them. So the list goes on and on. Not using bottled water dispensers when clean tap water or alternative filter systems are available. That's another example. That's another example. If we can treat our water locally, carry out all the testing we need to do, ensure that it meets the requirement for consumption, then it is a better practice, is a green practice to use that water rather than buy water that is bottled. Worse even, buy the one that is imported. And the list goes on and on. Okay, so this list continues again. Now, there is somewhere in this presentation, we are going to look at some case studies that integrates our learning in real life situations. We're going to see how it plays out and how it applies. Okay. But let's look at one more example here. So it says contracting services instead of acquiring goods, especially when those goods have a short service life, to guarantee that the supplier shall be responsible for the collection of unused goods. Okay, so in our decision to procure green, it is important that some of the factors we check is something that's called the shelf life of a product. Okay, so if you are buying an item that has a short shelf life, you need to be thinking of what you do when it expires. So you don't just buy a small quantity and believe that you would consume it within the short shelf life. What happens when it expires? How do you dispose it? Would that disposal be carried out in a way that minimizes impact to the environment? Or would it be done in such a way that it can endanger the environment? I just mentioned a little while ago about landfills. And that was the way of for many years, that was how many materials were disposed in this country. And still is. Still is. Okay. So again, green procurement practices. Let's take another example. It says defining high standards and environmental certifications for the design of large urban facilities such as ports or airports. How does that play out? I was part of a research recently where we are trying to find out the type of roof pattern for residential buildings that maximizes solar energy capture. We all know that different roof forms, there are different roof forms for different buildings. And for those of you that have seen solar installers when they are doing their work, some of them will look at, especially those that do roof mount solar panels. They will tell you that it will be good to put some panels on this side of the roof and put some others on this side of the roof, so that when the sun is on the east side, some panels will pick some energy from it. And when the sun is setting, the other panels on the other side of the roof will also pick some energy from it. So we came up with an idea and said, okay, if that is the case, then is there a type of roof pattern that we can use such that whether the sun is on the right or on the left, is on the east or on the west, we can optimize energy capture from the sun? And we came up with an idea that if we pitch the angle of roof and we adopt the shed roof shed roof form, maybe we will get the most from the sun. Again, considering with our compass the directions, the northeast-west directions. So that research was done, and eventually we came up with a finding on how we can, through design, optimize energy capture and make a building that normally would have depended on grid energy supply or generator supply. These two are not green sources of energy. But with this design modification, this building now can optimize energy capture from the sun and be energy independent. So that's an example of how expertise can be translated into a decision that can help green procurement practice. And how can we escalate that on a bigger picture for green public procurement? There are housing estates that the government is building in some form of public-private partnership with banks. Some of them are funded by MDBs. So you see that with the way things are going, there is going to be a time in the future when low-cost housing estates will be built, and the government will not be talking about powering those houses from the grid. Those houses will be designed in such a way that their form, the structural form that is adopted, would help maximize energy capture. So these are some examples of green public procurement practices. Okay, so depending on the role we are playing in our organization, whether we're involved in construction, or whether we're involved in decisions that give rise to the form of housing units that are to be developed. These are some of the things that we can bring into perspective. These are the things that we can bring to bear when we are making suggestions. Okay, let's continue. There are several other examples. We are not going to look at every one of them because we have a lot to talk about. Okay, now, the next thing is, we've seen the advantage of green procurement, green public procurement. We've seen it. We know it is in line with the economic aspect of sustainability in procurement, and we know that it's important. The next thing now is, during the process of tendering, how do we define that? How does the procuring entity define and integrate GPP criteria in that process? It's very, very important. Let me use the oil and gas sector as an example. So I am aware that when companies are invited in the oil and gas sector to submit tenders for, let's say, again, let me use the supply of production chemicals or drilling chemicals. One of the things that are checked is that those chemicals that they are proposing, of course, before they even come to do their technical evaluation, one of the things that the procuring entity will check, and it is mandated by law, is that those products meet NUPRC requirements. So there is usually a permit that is issued by NUPRC. So every chemical product that is used in the oil industry in Nigeria must be first certified by NUPRC and the permit issued for a period of time, usually 2 years, after which NUPRC will ask those companies to resubmit samples of those products, and they will validate and confirm and issue another permit for another 2-year window. Okay, so one of the things they do in that process is to check the impact of that chemical on the environment. Some of those chemicals, of course, if you are conversant with the process of oil production, what happens is that you produce oil from the reservoir and you extract the oil, but then the produced water is discharged back into the environment. So those chemicals you use for oil, used in the process of producing oil, producing crude oil, mix up with the water at some form. Some of them are used for the water treatment, and eventually they are discharged into the environment. So the NUPRC permit that is issued for most of those chemicals has a greater weighting on the environmental impact. The weighting is more on the environmental impact of such products to the environment, because eventually they would mix up with the produced water, which is the water from the reservoir, and they eventually are discharged into the sea. If it is a land location or a near shore location, that water is the same water that people in the community will fetch. Some of them drink it. Some of them use it for the agricultural farm, for their farms. That is the same water where people are going to go to and they will fish. So you see that by law, there are requirements that must be met. So in the tendering process of such businesses, if companies are going to submit tenders, the procuring entity is going to include that submissions must come or must be accompanied with the NUPRC permit, valid NUPRC permit for those products. And when those things are submitted to the procuring entity, it is the duty of the procuring entity to carry out proper due diligence and ensure that what is submitted is correct and real and is not falsified. So we talk about transparency, okay? It's part of the things that are considered when you are evaluating submissions, okay? So non-discrimination. So I heard when my initial presenter was saying that part of the process of selecting a contractor or a winner for a tender is that he should be clean across all ground. And I agree with him. I agree. So while we are considering GPP criteria, we're also looking at other factors. Okay? Track record of the supplier or of the vendor or the bidder. How has he demonstrated competence in his past project? Okay, and all of that. So there are criteria that are checked. But as regards GPP, the greater weighting is the environmental impact. The environmental impact is of greater weighting. I want to see if, I don't know if anybody has any questions. Because I can't see hands raised. Does anybody have any questions? You can unmute your mic and ask. Then we'll take a few questions at this point, then we'll continue.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
My question, you talked about revalidating the the company or the organization every 2 years. And I'm asking, in between those 2 years, or rather after each round of revalidation, what checks, what measures are there to check the quality of the product or something within those 2 years before the next round of the revalidation?
Okay, that's a very good question. Thank you for that question. So what happens in the industry is that besides the cycle of collection of samples and validating and issuing you a permit, they can call on a random sampling at any time. So there can be random sampling at any time. I want to mention that in most oil producing facilities in this country, there is usually an NUPRC representative on board. And they can randomly sample that product that you're supplying and do their validation. So these are measures that are put in place to ensure that what you submitted or what the vendor submitted at the early stages for which he's issued the permit is the same product that he continues to supply within the validation period. I hope that answers your question well.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right. I don't know, is there any other question? Let's take a few questions, then we progress. Okay. Okay, no other for now. Let's continue. Okay. So I've talked about this, the transparency aspect and how the weighting is more on environmental consideration. Okay. So again, one of the things that are checked during this tendering procedure is not just whether you have the permit or whether you have demonstrated competence in past projects. Another thing that is checked is what is called an aspect of the technical tender is your SMEs, whether you have subject matter experts or whether you have good R&D support or technical support. Okay, so the decision to procure something or an item, let's say maybe computers, for example. If the government wants to buy computers for a higher institution and the focus is on green public procurement, the first thing the government is going to do is, first of all, do a market survey find out the models of computers that are available, whether they are laptops, desktops, etc. How many of these models, and of course the brands, the manufacturers. Now, how many of these models will require you to use some form of renewable energy to power them? Maybe laptops have internal batteries in them. Desktops may not have internal batteries, so it requires you to run generators or generate energy to power them. Okay, so a couple of considerations. You look at the glare that comes from these products, because people are going to use these products, and it's been established over time that the glare from the monitors can affect people's sight over time. So you may want to check all of that. You may also want to check the cost eventually. You find out that when you do all of this evaluation and check, you need some professionals to be able to tell you correctly. If you want to do these and do it properly, you need experts that understand how to measure the glare, for example, that is coming from these products, how to estimate correctly the energy demand that you need to run these products. If you have an ICT unit in the university, what do you have there mainly? Are they desktop computers or are they laptop computers? If they are laptop computers and you are powering it, the unit is powered with some renewable energy source, then it gives you the option to maybe power them when the demand is not much and have them run on their batteries when students need to use them. Something like that, that's an option. As against if you're using desktop computers that don't have internal batteries. Anytime you need to have them used, you need to have a standby power source. So these are some of the options, okay? So all these need to be considered by the procuring entity. And it is important that it is done and is done properly to be able to evaluate correctly the option to go with. Okay, so the selection criteria, at the technical specification criteria, stage, at the award stage, and at the contract performance stage, all these 4 stages, you need to have measures in place to ensure that green public procurement criteria is sustained. Just like the last question, how do you ensure that the same product is what is supplied? And I try to provide an answer to it. It's the same thing. And that is at the contract performance stage, okay? So at the selection stage, you need to check the impact on the environment. That's when you're asking for the permits. That's when you are checking, maybe you do your own internal bottle testing to get some data for yourself and back that up with the permits that the product has. Maybe you may want to ask the vendor, whoever is supplying you the product, is this product in use somewhere else? Within the country, outside of the country, which part of the globe is this product used? What could be the decision for which they adopted the product in that region? You may want to know some of those information. They guide you to be able to effectively take a decision as to why you need to buy this product. Okay. And it's also important to mention that for us in Nigeria, it may not apply, but in the Eurozone, we have the EU GPP criteria. Very important. So anything that is to be bought with public funds in Europe needs to meet the EU GPP criteria. And if you go to the European Commission website, you see. Sorry, sorry, please mute your mic if you are not speaking. Hello, Salisu, please mute your mic. Thank you. All right. So it is important, like I said, in the Eurozone, they have criteria for measuring the requirements for GPP. And you can see that on the European Union Commission website. And there are different categories. So for example, like I mentioned before, for computers, the purchase of computers, laptops, and electronic devices, there's a category for that. And for the purchase of things like aerosols, paints, there's a category for that. So there are different categories and the requirements that must be met. We don't have that in Africa yet, especially in Nigeria. But like I mentioned, the awareness is growing. And eventually, someday, we are going to have a much more robust rule or guideline that people should follow for effective green public procurement. Okay. At the contract performance stage, there are clauses you must put in. And it is important that when you put those clauses, you also put in penalties that should follow if the contractor or the supplier defaults. We'll talk about that later in this slide. So let's progress. We have a lot to talk about. So that ends this part. I would want to take maybe a few questions if there is any. Then we get into these CE-sPESS requirements. So anybody with any questions? Maybe one or two, then we progress. Okay. I believe there are no questions. Okay, so let's go into the second section of our conversation. This one is going to be a little bit more interesting. So this is CE-sPESS requirements. When we say CE-sPESS requirements, what are we talking about? We're talking about environmental, social, health, and safety integration. Okay. So remember, green procurement is procurement where your principal consideration is the impact on the environment. When we talk about environment, we're talking about health, safety, and of course, the social aspect. Why is social there? Because it has to do with humans. It has to do with the people. It has to do with the community. So that is why it is there. Okay. So what we're going to try to do is to see how we integrate the health, the safety, social, and environment aspects of our lives into the procurement process. We're going to look at some real case scenarios. We're going to talk about it. And we're going to look at how these things affect procurement. The approach we are going to adopt is what is called the risk-based approach. A risk-based approach. And I will explain why we use the risk-based approach to approach this subject. Okay. All right. So these are the expectations. I'm hoping that by the time we finish this part of the presentation, everybody will understand what CE-sPESS principles are and how they apply to procurement. The risk-based approach, like I mentioned, as regards CE-sPESS, environment, safety, health, and social considerations, and the outcomes that we expect if we integrate CE-sPESS practices or principles into procurement. The things that we expect: safer, sustainable project delivery. Okay, so why is it important that we integrate the social considerations, health considerations, environment, and safety into procurement? Why is it necessary? And the reason is for three major goals. The reason is principally in three major areas. One is sustainability. Again, I've talked about sustainability. Very, very important. The other one is for risk mitigation. I will dwell a little more time on this part of the presentation on this risk area. Then the other one is legal mandate. You have to understand that the decisions we make sometimes, there's a dimension, a litigation dimension to it. So it is important that whatever it is we do, we make sure that we keep alongside the established standards, whether it is international or national standards, while integrating health, safety, social, and environmental considerations into procurement practices. Very important. Okay. So for the risk side, when we say risk mitigation, let me give an example. Let's say there's a construction site. Road construction is going on between Owerri on a road. And this road construction, the road is going to be barricaded. Maybe one lane of the road is definitely going to be barricaded, which means commuters on that road will have to manage a half of the road. And the construction work, obviously, by the time you are laying the topsoil and all of that, is going to generate dust. Let's say maybe, like as we know in our country, we usually prefer to do road construction during the dry season to minimize the adverse impact of the rains in the construction. So it's going to generate dust. And the visibility is probably going to be reduced alongside the reduced visibility we already have during Harmattan. So one question or one area can be, somebody can say, if I'm going to have reduced visibility, what is the likelihood that the commuters on the other side of the road would have an accident as a result of the construction work that I'm doing? See, that's a question, very important question. What's the likelihood? And if it happens, what is the consequence of the accident? So to be able to answer this question properly, you need to quantify this risk that we have identified as associated with the construction we are doing in some form of risk matrix. For those of you that are in construction, for those of you that are in the oil and gas sector, you know what I'm talking about. Risk matrix. You do a plot of the likelihood of the risk and the consequence of the risk. And you have numbers. So what you're trying to do basically is that you're trying to give it a numerical value. That this road construction we are doing, there is a chance that reduced visibility will lead to an accident, but the accident is probably not going to be severe because commuters sharing one lane will mean reduced speed. So please let me appeal again that we give you please give the mic to everybody. Hello. Salisu, please mute your mic. Thank you. Thank you. And Joko Henry, please mute your mic, please. Thank you. Okay, so like I was saying, we need to do some form of risk ranking to know. So anytime we're doing anytime we're involved in the decision to procure, it is important for us to, during the process, during the planning stage, identify the risks associated with what we want to procure. Whether it is we want to decide that we're going to award a contract for road construction, or we want to procure computers, or we want to procure chemicals, or want to procure fertilizers we are going to distribute to farmers. Whatever it is we are doing that requires the use of public funds in procurement, it is important that we sit down and evaluate the risk. Now, risk is not only environmental risk or social risk. Of course, there are financial risks involved, but we're not talking about financial risk here. We're talking about environmental, social, health, and safety considerations. So it is important. Like the example I gave, that example is an example of a safety, is an example of a health and a social consideration. So you need to give it some number. And the risk matrix will classify it as either high risk or moderate risk or low risk. Our aim is to remain within the low risk region. That's our aim. And if we can't help it, maybe worst case scenario will be in the medium risk area. Of course, a lot of measures will have to be put in place to observe and monitor. So you may want to, if it's in the road construction, you may want to put things like signage. You may want to have people on site to coordinate traffic, to minimize, the chances of an incident occurring because of the reduced visibility. So that's an example. Okay, so how do we define the 4 pillars of ESHS? So when we're talking about environmental, social, safety, and health, the 4 pillars are as we see on the screen. First one is pollution and waste. We want to minimize this as much as possible. So pollution control, waste management, key. Second one is community impact. The waste and pollution part is environmental. The community impact is social. So we want to understand how what we are doing is going to impact the community. Of course, there is also a health dimension to it when we're talking about community impact. Okay, wellness focus. What we're doing, is it going to lead to the outbreak of diseases? Are people going to be affected by the exploration work we are doing? Maybe to start production in one well that is near Uguta area, for example. The local fishermen in that place, what we are doing, is it going to affect them? If we have a well in a palm plantation somewhere in River State, an oil producing well, and we want to harness it, how is that going to affect local palm harvesting and supply to the local community? These are some questions. Okay, hazard control. What measures do we have in place to mitigate hazards? What safety equipment, what safety protocols do we have to mitigate hazards? The workers that are working on.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, my question, my name is FUTO Oga from Abuja. Please, my question now. Okay, we are talking about risk management now. Okay, for example, the procurement process already take and even issued the award, the work already done. And like the construction of bridge. And you find out after the construction of the bridge, you find out the bridge already collapsed and it's affect the two communities. They cannot access each other because of this thing. So how are we going to do? Are we going to go back to contract and the contractor meet the specification, what they give him to do and they do it? Is it a fault of procurement or a fault of contractor?
Okay, very good question, sir. So if you recall, what I had mentioned is that these are measures we put in place from the planning phase all the way to project execution phase. If we stringently put measures in place from the beginning, from the time we decide to procure, all the way to the time when the contract is awarded and is being executed, the chances that we are going to have the situation you mentioned will be minimized to the barest, it will be to the barest minimum. But when we fail to do what we're supposed to do, we run into a situation where the delivered project doesn't meet the requirements for which we started in the first place. So the whole gains that are supposed to come from the sustainability idea will be eroded. So the things I'm mentioning are things that we're supposed to do from the time we decide to procure all the way to the time when the project is delivered. After the delivery, these things I'm mentioning don't apply. Because if a mistake had been done because we didn't do what we're supposed to do from the beginning, we don't come after the delivery to see how we can rewrite it. I don't know if that answers your question. Okay, so it is important we get it right from the beginning. Remember, we are procuring with public funds. Our objective is to minimize waste of resources. So it is important that we do the right thing from the beginning and get it right. Knowing full well that if we don't do what we're supposed to do, and the contractor just does anything he wants and delivers it, it's the community that will suffer it. It has social implications on the community. just like you mentioned. The communities will not be able to use the bridge. It may even endanger their life if they try to use it. And it may collapse. People may die. There may be litigation issues that may come from it, etc. So the consequences are enormous. And that is the reason why a risk-based approach is key. We need to quantify what could go wrong and put measures in place to mitigate it from the time we decide to procure all the way to the time the project is delivered. So how do I identify risk, EHSS risk in procurement? Again, like I mentioned, planning phase, tendering phase, execution phase. See, each phase has the risk associated with it. Each phase, depending on the decision for which we want to procure, whatever it is we want to procure. Each phase has risks that are peculiar to it. And our work is to quantify that risk with a risk matrix and put measures in place to mitigate it. So, for example, in road construction, like I said, risk could be risk from dust, pollution, workers that are stressed, displacement during the project, etc. Those things are risks. Okay, but you can see those risks are vague; they are not quantified. So it is our duty as professionals to quantify it by plotting likelihood of it occurring versus the consequence and give it a numerical value. That numerical value is what we can take to the government or to our leadership in an organization, maybe a community like FUTO, for example, and they can look at the numbers and say, okay, let's embark on this, or let's not embark on this, based on the risk ranking that we have established, depending on the phase we are considering. Okay, screening. So this screening is part of one of the things you do at the planning phase. So you want to make sure that you have selected the right person to do the job. And a lot of due diligence goes into it. So you need to check your EHS screening, you need to check, get your data right, do your due diligence, ensure that everything is in order. If you have baseline points, you keep baseline points before you start so that you can compare. You can always have something to compare with. Okay. Risk is best to categorize risk. Like I said, high, moderate, low. Give them numbers. The numbers tell us or tells your management or tells the leadership, whether it is the leadership of a community, the leadership of an institution, or the leadership of a country. For example, let's say maybe the ministry that will award the contract. Your categorization and the numbering, the ranking, makes them take effective decisions because they can quantify it now. It's given a number. Okay. Then, of course, there is the budgeting aspect of it where we look at the costs that we are allocating to the project. How much are we allocating? The risk ranking we have, does it justify us to allocate resources to this project? Or should we leave it off, considering that it doesn't make economic sense to execute a high-risk activity with so much of resources? So these are some of the decisions, some of the things that are going into the decision-making process. Okay, so again, you need to embed these requirements into the bidding. Okay, so things like code of conduct, some expectations on site. So if a contractor is going to execute a particular project, because we're talking about health, safety, social and environmental considerations, there must be some things that the vendor must meet up with when it comes to these four cardinal areas. Things like personal protective equipment, a robust health and safety plan, a robust emergency policy, drug and alcohol use on site, all of those essential things that relate to safety, that relate to health, that relate to environment, must be requirements that a prospective vendor must demonstrate during bidding that he can meet up with. And again, you may want to asked the vendors to submit evidence that they had done similar jobs in the past, maybe in some other community, and includes things like maybe work completion certificate, things to show that they did it and they completed it well. Maybe if there were recommendations from the community where they did the job, or maybe a company they did the job for, like R&A award, things like that, to show that they were friendly with the community, they met the social requirements of the community, they engaged some of the local workmen in the community during their construction. There were no huge environmental impact during their operations. All those things, when submitted, would help in your decision. Again, it is also the responsibility of the procuring entity to do due diligence. In a country where people can falsify anything, you need to do proper due diligence and be sure that what is submitted is in line. Okay? So again, plus other requirements that you may want to include in the bidding documentation, like BOQ. They need to give you an idea of what the cost is and put their tolerance. So the costing should have a valid period during which is not expected to change. So there should be clauses for changes, if any, that should be included in the tender documents, in the bidding documents. Okay, so evaluating beyond lowest price. So we now know that the lowest submission doesn't necessarily mean the best. Okay, so we had a traditional way of doing things before. Now we now have a modified way of doing it when we integrate CE-sPESS into the process. So our criteria normally, the criteria we have usually is cost. So we are looking at the cheapest. But now there is something that's called performance-based criteria. So you want to check and be sure that something is working. I'll give you an example. If we have two different products that we want to use, we want to know how effective the products are. If I'm asking two vendors to supply insecticide, I want to know what the kill rate of the insecticide is. Besides cost, I want to know the effectiveness. If one has a 90% kill rate and the other one has a 98% kill rate, how will it affect me? How will it affect the environment? Those products, are they imported? Are they locally manufactured? Are people in the community involved directly in the manufacture? Is the procurement going to benefit them directly? These are some questions, okay? So the criteria you see and the comparison is as shown. I'm not going to go reading it one after the other. Okay, so the monitoring phase. Now you've awarded this contract to a particular vendor. How do you monitor what he's doing? Monitoring can be done in different ways. Usually it starts with a kickoff review. So there's a kickoff meeting, you have a meeting, the procuring entity or the community or whoever will meet with the vendor and discuss expectations before they start. Then we have auditing. Auditing is very, very important. Auditing here we're talking about is not auditing financial audit. We're talking about CE-sPESS. So environmental, health, social, and safety audit. So do they have PPEs? Do they have emergency plans in place? How are they reporting it? The requirement now is that any safety incident or near miss is reported, preferably in an electronic database. And the reason is so that best practices can be replicated. If everybody knows that work at height will lead to a high chance of someone incurring a life-altering injury, and it is well documented by form of reporting, maybe past cases, they report a near miss and all of that, everybody will learn from it so that mitigation can be put in place anytime there is a work at height that is to be done. KPI tracking. So it's to monitor how well you are meeting up the key performance indicators you set. So if your deliverable is that in a particular period, you don't want to have a injury, so you don't want to have a LTI, lost time injuries, you track the number of days you recorded it. And that becomes a KPI. Maybe your aim is to hit 100 days, zero LTI. So that can be a KPI that a vendor can work with. Okay. So managing non-compliance. So again, like I said, it's not when you award the contract, you fold your arms. You should incorporate some form of penalties in the case that the vendor or the contractor defaults. Okay. So some of the penalties are as listed. One of them can be corrective action. One of them can be payment withholding, liquidated damages. Some clauses in the contract may even include, some contracts may include clauses for termination. So if it continuously persists, you may have ground to terminate the contract. So these are some of the ways you can manage non-compliance. Okay, this is an example. So this is an example. You see an analysis of a community impacted by road construction, and you can see the dust that the road construction is generating. So what really happened here in this case is that the contractor ignored all safety protocols, and he's ignoring the safety protocols led to the community revolting. Okay, so they had protests, and of course that led to the shutdown of the area of the work, because his activities, of course, is creating something that is impacting on the environment and the people, but he decided not to put measures in place to mitigate the impact. And as a result, the community protested. So you can see this is a clear violation of the social arm of CE-sPESS. Okay, so what penalties were put in place to ensure that this thing was corrected? It said procurement withheld payment and mandated comprehensive safety retailing stand down. See, so this is an example. There are several other examples. Let's, for the want of time, let's try and run and get to them. Okay, so I will not discuss this because of time. So let's look at advancing standards in Nigeria. How CE-sPESS standards is integrated, or how we can integrate it. And we'll do that by looking at case studies. Now, some of these case studies are not case studies that are peculiar to Nigeria, but there are some things that we can relate to. So you see, the first one is that Ahmadu Bello University is preparing to procure 20,000 high-capacity computers for small classrooms recently constructed. These computers will be used to supply or support the university's ambition to establish state-of-the-art facilities that meet international world standards. And it is envisaged that the project will support the university in improving global ranking. The cost estimated some 5.5 billion. And to ensure sustainability of this huge investment, the procurement action plan has been developed. And this plan is going to take into consideration the environmental and social issues associated with the project. One of the main objectives is to procure something that is environmentally friendly, computers that are environmentally friendly at the cheapest possible rate. Okay, so if you have been now assigned to support the procurement team with your professional advice, so the task before you is to conduct market survey and identify the computers available and develop a green criteria for selection. Okay, and it says use the EU GPP criteria. I've mentioned this before, the EU GPP criteria. Okay, so if you recall, I had talked about something similar earlier. So first thing you do if you're part of this is to form some form of a table. Hello, Amma, please, can you mute your microphone, please, Amma? Yeah. Mute your mic, please. Thank you. So you create the criteria. And that criteria is, first of all, you do market survey. So you see in the market, you find out that there are different manufacturers and there are different types of computers. You have stationary monitors, mobile computers, tablets. Then whatever criteria it is you are using to be able to rank and select your best option, you list them and you rank accordingly. I gave an example before. I said you may want to look at the type of energy powering method you are going to use for those computers. Is it something that you power with an internal battery? Is it something you need an external supply? Are you considering the glare, the impact of the glare of these computers on people that are going to use it? So you list out all your criteria and you do some form of ranking, as you can see here. So by the time you have listed your criteria and you do your ranking properly with your team, you will see that you'll be able to narrow down on the best option. Again, the criteria that you are listing is the criteria that is in line with CE-sPESS. If you check this, remember this says EU GPP criteria. Like I said, if you go to the European Commission website, you will see their GPP criteria, their criteria for green public procurement practices. And it is in different divisions. One is for computers, one is for paints and aerosols, one is for furniture, etc. There are many divisions. For every one you pick, you see the guideline. And that is where you will see all of these requirements for green procurement for computers. You place them on the side, you rank what you found in the market, and you come up with your final best decision that will meet GPP requirements. So this is how this is done. And we hope to see this practice more in our procurement practice in Nigeria. Okay. So eventually you are going to have something like a table like this, where you list out the products, their price, their reliability, reusability, all of those criteria that is listed out in the EU GPP documentation, if that is the criteria I want to use. Okay. So there are several case studies here, but let me run to some of them. Let's get to case study number 4. So this case study number 4 is an assignment that has been posted on the group for all of you to attempt. Let's read it together and see what it is. And the reason I used this is because it is something we can relate. Now, the advent of renewable energy it can be felt around us. Most of the street lights we have in the country now are solar-powered street lights. So in this case study, a municipal corporation in India procured solar-powered street lights under Smart Cities grant. Now, the person that won the bid, the winning bidder, proposed high-efficiency lithium-ion battery units. So with smart controllers. However, after the award, the bidder submitted a design change, citing global supply issue, and switched to lead-acid battery systems with lower durable and higher maintenance costs. So we all know that in the market today, there are 2 variants of batteries, the lithium-ion batteries and the lead-acid batteries. With the lithium-ion batteries being more efficient, more environmental friendly than the lead-acid batteries. So this young man, or the bidder, won the bid when he proposed in his submission that he was going to execute this project with lithium-ion batteries, but ended up adjusting it after he was awarded the contract so that he will supply lead-acid batteries. Now, the contract terms permitted equivalent substitution on quote, which means whatever it is you submit and you win the bid, you may adjust as appropriate. Maybe some terms in the contract allowed it. So it permitted equivalent substitutions with approval from the engineer. However, the engineer lacking technical capacity approved this substitution. And within 2 years, all those batteries failed. Battery failures, theft, and maintenance cost doubled. Okay. So this is the case in this is the case study for this situation. In your assignment, I put some questions there. Those questions are not here. So some of the questions are things like cite 2 reasons why you think that the sustainability idea in this project was lost. And in situations where a contract allows for equivalent substitutions, what can be done to ensure that that which is substituted is really of the same value than that which as that which was put in the document or in the submission that won the contract in the first place. So it requires a little of thinking, but just keep your answers brief. And this is something I think we can all relate to. Okay. So I think with that, there are other case studies here that we may not have the time to talk about because of the next class. So at this point, I will take questions. If anybody has any questions, then we'll round up the class for the day. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
My question is concerning the assignment. When is the deadline and the link to submit it to?
Okay, we will post on the group chat the link for the submission. As for the deadline, it's just 4 questions, and you can just give me 4-line answers. So it's not going to take you so long to do. If I can get it tomorrow morning, that is okay.
All right, sir.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, so before we set the stage for the next presenter, I hope that this content was able to put to bear some of the questions you may have concerning green procurement practices, especially as regards procurement of the public domain, and how we can integrate environmental, safety, social, and health considerations into procurement practices. I hope it was able to meet your expectation. The whole objective is that whatever it is we are doing as professionals, let's try to ensure we look at the bigger picture. That which you are trying to buy today, or you are part of a decision body to procure something, may not necessarily fit into the environmental considerations that we expect. Remember the iceberg model I showed? When you are looking at the top and it's small, there are hidden aspects of the decision we make that can turn around to affect us. So let's pick the learnings and look at things on a much more bigger scale, and be guided more to take decisions that would benefit our community and our country at large. Thank you for participating. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you so much for the wonderful lecture. So can we have 10 minutes or 15 minutes break before the next lecturer will come in, please?
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Chinonsoike. I'll be taking module 11. Are we back? Can someone say hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Can someone
Can hear
please
you, ma.
respond?
Oh,
Welcome, Dr.
very
Chinonsoike.
We can hear you.
We're here with you.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So we'll talk about
Open again, please. Unmute yourself again, Doc.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So thank you so much, everyone. For this, our session, I would plead that we please keep our questions to the end of the module. At the end, I would respond to as many questions as possible so that we can keep this a bit smooth so that it will flow well. So today we'll talk about ethics in procurement. What is ethics? Like, we all know what ethics is in the general sense of it, but we'll talk about it when it concerns procurement and what the PPA says about ethics. Okay. Ethics in procurement refers to the set of principles and professional standards that guide how public officials, service providers, and stakeholders conduct themselves in the acquisition of goods and services and works, right? So the idea is to ensure that every action that we take in procurement is carried out fairly, transparently, and that it gives value, because I had the other presenter talk about value for money, so that it delivers value to the citizens. So it's not just about following the rules that we have in procurement. It's about is trying to give us the moral responsibility that makes sure that we continue in fairness throughout the process that we have. That's when I say we, I mean everybody involved in the procurement process. Okay. So it's aimed towards making sure that it gives stakeholders and citizens that they have trust in the process that is procurement. So now, the section 6 of the PPA outlines fundamental principles of procurement, which serves as what we call our framework for conduct, right? So the principles that we have is in procurement is what: open competition, transparency, equity, accountability, value for money, and fitness for purpose. So these fundamental principles of procurement, so these ethics, these fundamental principles of procurement ensures that there is openness in the process and tries to reduce corruption or whatever other thing that can reduce trust in the process. So it guarantees that there's fairness, inclusiveness for all participants, and holds officials and suppliers responsible for their actions and their decisions. Now, what is code of ethics? It is a formal set of principles and guidelines that defines acceptable standards of behavior for individuals and organizations. So this is a moral compass. So not just about legal, whether it's legally compliant. It's a moral compass that reflects our integrity, fairness, and responsibility. Okay. Now, when you're asked what is the difference between code of ethics and the core principles of procurement? Now, the code of ethics that rather, let me go with the principles. The core principles of procurement is the rule that explains or governs how we operate in procurement, how everything in procurement goes. Now, when you talk about the difference between the two, I would say whilst the core principles of procurement rule focus on how procurement should be conducted, ensures that procurement process achieves all the fairness, competition, and transparency. But the code of ethics is moral standards for the people. It governs the procurement officials, contractors, suppliers, everybody involved, that they should act with honesty, integrity, impartiality, to make sure that the people participating in procurement have the ethical have a standard that keeps them honest, you know. Now, the open competition part is it tries to prevent favoritism, collusion, and ensuring that all qualified suppliers have equal opportunity. It discourages all these insider dealings or restrictive tendering that undermine competition. Transparency, on the other hand, require ethical rules that require clear documentation, disclosure of conflict of interest, open communication that makes procurement decisions visible and understandable to stakeholders. So fairness, by mandating impartial treatment of suppliers, a code of ethics ensures bids are evaluated consistently and without bias. There is no discrimination. Everybody has the same access that the other has. Accountability, it demands that procurement officials are answerable for their actions. So these include maintaining audit trail, respecting oversight mechanisms, and accepting responsibility for outcomes. Now, for value for money, it discourages waste to make sure that whatever we are doing, there is no waste, reduces corruption, and any form of short-term gains. So it ensures a balance, cost, quality, sustainability, maximizing benefits for the public. Efficiency and effectiveness. Ethical conduct promotes streamlined processes free from manipulation or unnecessary delays. So resources are optimally used. That's what that is. Now, the legal basis for ethical conduct, Section 57 of the PPA, subsection 2, stipulates a code of conduct for all public officers, suppliers, contractors, and service providers with regard to their standard of conduct acceptable in matters involving procurement and disposal of public assets. What does it require? That all parties be governed by principles of honesty, accountability, transparency, fairness, and equity. There should be judicious use of public resources. And public officers are to observe the highest standards of ethics when dealing with persons, real or corporate, who seek government commerce. Public officers are to divest every real or potential divest every real or potential conflict of interest in their role in public procurement. Public officers involved in the disposal of assets shall not, either by a third party or himself, be interested in any manner in buying directly or indirectly the asset being disposed, or have any advantage or revenue within 3 years of the disposal. Now, what are the roles of the different institutions? There are key accountability institutions that we have in procurement in this in our procurement process. BPP, their job is to monitoring compliance and violations, managing sanctions, maintaining debarment lists. Debarment lists, when we call about debarment, there are people, is a type of sanction where a company or a person is restricted for participating in a period of time. Then EFCC investigates violations, enforces compliance. ICPC also enforces compliance, and they investigate enforcing compliance violation. So what is expected of a procurement officer? A procurement officer is expected to uphold strong personal ethical values in all his dealings. He should conduct himself with transparency by ensuring that the procurement process are open, accessible, avoiding favoritism, and treating all suppliers equitably. What is integrity? When we talk about integrity, we're talking about being able to resist bribery, kickbacks, undue influence, right? While accountability demands that he take responsibility for the decisions that he has made or actions he has taken. documenting them clearly for audit and oversight. Confidentiality is equally important, as sensitive suppliers and organizational information must be protected from misuse. Now, beyond compliance, a procurement officer should embody responsibility and professionalism, making decisions that prioritize the public interest and deliver value for money. This includes rejecting fraudulent practices like false documentation, contract splitting. When we talk about contract splitting, we're talking about when a contract is huge. Okay, we are still going to see it down the line, but when there is a big contract and you know that there is a financial threshold or approval threshold for certain contract, and they decide to split it so that it will not pass that threshold, that is also a bad practice, a malpractice. So this is what they're talking about here. They should be able, the procurement official should be able to resist and reject these practices to ensure that procured goods and services are fit for purpose. By conducting himself ethically, the officer not only safeguards public resources, but strengthens trust that the public has in our procurement system. Now, managing it, sorry, I jumped. There's ethical dilemma in procurement. Often, procurement officers encounter tension between ethical conduct and institutional or external or even social pressures. Even when they act with integrity, transparency, and fairness, their decisions may be resisted by colleagues, superiors, or suppliers who favor shortcuts and favoritism. So, in such circumstance, the officer must must remain anchored in ethical values, recognizing that true professionalism lies in doing what is right, even when it is unpopular or inconvenient. Now, ethical conduct requires courage and consistency, right? With accountability and responsibility prioritized over short-term acceptance. When ethical choices may not always align with entrenched practices or personal interests, they ensure that compliance with law protects the integrity of procurement system and at the end, it will deliver value to the citizens. Now, let's talk about managing ethical dilemma. Managing the ethical dilemma in procurement involves balancing integrity with practical realities. Officers sometimes face situations where when they reject bids that are tainted with favoritism or even refuse bribe, there will be conflicts with political or sometimes organizational pressures. In such cases, they still have to rely on our procurement laws, professional code of conduct, and ethical principles. And they have to document, because documenting the decisions you have made makes, when it's being reviewed, when there is a procurement audit, they can see transparency. And when there is a problem or when he's in a bind, he has to seek guidance from oversight bodies sometimes, or even seniors or people that are higher in rank, to make sure that his actions can be defended and that they align with public interest. Now, soft skills also, and as communication and diplomacy, are very, very important also to navigate all these, because there's nobody that is an island, so that you don't alienate everybody, every stakeholder in the process, right? Like the officer can explain the rationale behind some decisions he has taken, build alliances with people that also believe in the ethics of the profession, like-minded colleagues, and leverage on oversight mechanisms. Now, ultimately, dilemmas are best resolved by prioritizing long-term trust and citizen value over short-term approval. Now, these are questions to ask from a prism of code of ethics or values when making procurement decisions. Hold on. Number one, is it the right thing to do? Number two, is it consistent with our core values? Number 3, does the decision appropriately account for risk? Number 4, will outcomes be fair to all stakeholders? Number 5, do I have enough information to make a decision? Number 6, am I setting good example? Number 7, will my decision be misunderstood internally or externally? Number 8, what will be the consequence of my decision? Number 9, will there be negative or reputational risks? Number 10, will I take personal ownership of the for the outcome? For the outcomes. Now, violation and infractions, what we call procurement offenses. Section 58 of the PPA identifies a range of offenses aimed at preserving the fairness, competition, transparency, and integrity in public procurement. What are these offenses? Number 1, these offenses are any offense that practice that distorts competition, because one of the biggest things for in public procurement is open competition. So anything that can distort competition or give undue advantage to someone else, like collusion between bidders to inflate prices, bid rigging through prearranged submissions, and contract splitting to bypass approval thresholds, market allocations, complementary bidding, price fixing, bribery and bribery, undue influence, conflict of interest, manipulation of procurement process, falsification or insertion of documents after bid opening, and the use of fake certificates. Any attempt to improperly influence procurement outcomes, deny oversight authorities access to records, or exploits insider information for personal gain is considered what? An offense. What is conflict of interest? Conflict of interest arises when there is a personal interest or relationship, right? When an individual's personal interest or relationship interfere, or even appearance, they appear to interfere with their official duties and impartial judgments. That's when there's a relationship that makes that sort of creates, or even the perception of lack of objectivity. You know, where this includes situation where a person's external interest limits time or attention devoted to government responsibility, where they have indirect or direct relationship with bidders, right? This could lead to personal gain, or even when it creates bias or compromises objectivity, is considered conflict of interest. Collusion, the act presumes collusion where there is evidence of coordinated behavior that undermine open competition and defines bid rigging as arrangement that restricts competition and increase cost to government. So sometimes when this means that officer cannot say, I don't know, I didn't know. If you are accountable for your actions, where is reasonably, or they should have reasonably known that their actions could confer unfair advantage to somebody else, right? And there are strict penalties imposed to deter these violations, right? Individual procurement officials face a minimum of 5 years imprisonment without the option of a fine or dismissal from public service. Corporate entities face debarment from public procurement for at least 5 years, and fines for strict penalties. Fines of strict penalties are imposed to deter violations. So individuals involved, including procurement officials, can be imprisoned without option of fine, and corporate entities can be banned, and also fined for 25% of the contract's value. So fraudulent practices in procurement may take many forms, each designed to distort fair competition and divert public resources. So this includes misrepresentation of facts to exaggerate capacity, the use of fake documents to miss eligibility, product substitution where inferior goods are delivered instead of those specified, or let me go, bribery and kickbacks offered to officials, collusion amongst bidders, phantom vendors, that's ghost vendors, created to receive payments for contracts that are never executed. These practices undermine and erode our transparency, accountability, and fairness. They waste scarce resources and compromise on quality and safety of goods and services. And more importantly, they weaken trust in government institutions. So ultimately, fraudulent procurement harms citizens by diverting funds away from essential projects and services, making strong oversight, audit, and enforcement of public laws critical to safeguarding public interest. Now, contract splitting. This, as I explained earlier, is considered an offense because it deliberately breaks a single procurement requirement into smaller parts to avoid established thresholds, oversight, or even competitive bidding process. False documentation. In procurement, this refers to deliberate use of falsified or misleading records to gain unfair advantage in the bidding or contract award process. This could include forged certificates that falsely claim compliance with standards, fake experience claim that exaggerates a company's capacity or track record. Like a company can say, if the bid requires that you've handled a $200 million contract, companies can claim that they have by so doing exaggerating their capacity or track record. And also sometimes misleading financial statements designed to portray a stronger financial position than reality. Such practices distort the evaluation process, allowing unqualified or dishonest bidders to secure contracts that they may not be able to execute properly. Because when you don't have the finances required for to be able to carry out these contracts, and you go on to take these contracts, what that means is they will not be able to follow through unless they have the resources from the government. So consequences of false documentation are severe. The effect on transparency, trust, and lead to poor quality project delivery or even failure. They expose public institutions to financial losses, legal disputes, and reputational damage, right? Because by deceiving evaluators and bypassing fair competition, right, the integrity of the procurement process is already undermined, and citizens, on the other hand, will not benefit from the public resources that have been spent, because when the project fails, the monies that we already put in the project and the time, there is no value to receive on the other end. So these are the examples of procurement infractions, like good examples. You can read on them. In 2016, arms procurement scandal, misuse of procurement fund in defense contracts, prosecution of fraud in gift meat development, grass cutting contracts, and co. Now, these are the sanctions that are quite common based on Section 54 of the PPA. They provide administrative sanctions to contractors, blacklisting of the contractor, debarment, that's, for a period of time, not being able to bid, termination of contracts, and disqualification from future bids. Now, what are the consequences of ethical violations? There are different consequences. Institutional consequences include loss of credibility, weakening of accountability, policy failure. For financial consequences, we have waste of resources, right? Funds are misused, leading to poor value for money, inflated costs thanks to collusion or even favoritism to drive up prices, and reduced efficiency and effectiveness. Market consequences, distorted open competition, right? When you favor certain suppliers unfairly, so there is no real open competition. Reduced innovation, because honest suppliers may withdraw, so leaving a less dynamic market. Unfair advantage, corrupt practices create monopolies, or entrenched interests. There are also social consequences, erosion of trust, right? When citizens lose confidence in government institutions. Negative impacts on employment. When resources diverted through unethical practices reduce opportunity for what? Fair job creation. And 3, undermining fairness, because some communities may feel excluded or discriminated against. Now, legal and personal consequences. Sanctions and penalties. Violators may face fines, dismissal, imprisonment, prosecution, and also career damage. Individuals involved risking reputational harm and loss of professional standing. Then international repercussions. Countries with systemic violations may lose donor support or even foreign investments. So how do we prevent procurement offenses? That's what it comes to. How do we prevent procurement offenses? So it requires a holistic approach, right? A combination of strong systems, skilled personnel, and modern tools. Internal controls are the first line defense, right? Internal controls, when you ensure that there are checks and balances, internal, like in the process, in bidding, evaluation, and contract awards, just make sure that establish rules with checks and balances. This should be done through post-procurement reviews, procurement audits, monitoring and evaluation, oversight by legislature, and accountability institutions to enforce accountability and deter misconduct. Number 2, another one, equally important, are human and technological dimensions. Procurement officers must possess strong technical skills to evaluate bids accurately and spot irregularities, right? While such skills such as integrity, communications, ethical judgment help them resist undue influence and foster trust. So another thing is the use of disruptive technologies like e-procurement platforms now, blockchain for contract tracking, AI-driven fraud detection, enhance transparency and reduce opportunities for manipulation.
Please, I see our packet dropped. Let's exercise patience. She will log in again, please.
Hello, I'm sorry, my network cut me off. Sorry. So when combined, these elements create a resilient procurement system that protects public resources, strengthens trust, and ensures value for money. So what is a good procurement outcome that does not pose reputational risk? So when a good procurement system applies core principles of procurement and considers the core values of an organization in a good procurement system so that it can result in the desired outcome. Most of the scandals associated with public officials in recent history have been a result of inability of public functionaries to pause and subject business decisions to the scrutiny of their institutional ethical values. If they did, they would have spared themselves and their institution the huge embarrassment that accompanied such decisions. So our takeaways from this are what ethics is central to procurement process. Offenses undermine development. Compliance is mandatory, not optional. Sanctions ensure accountability. Okay. Okay, we can ask some questions before we take some of our case studies here, just as examples to help us understand. Please, if you have questions now, you can unmute and ask, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
My name is
Please, one person at a time. It gets very noisy. Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I want to ask, what is the difference between value for money and fit for purpose? Please differentiate between the two. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And you said, what is the difference between value for money and fit for purpose?
This old boys then.
No one, please, can Mr. Damfebo, could you please mute yourself?
I see on the snap picture.
Please.
Okay, yeah.
Please, can you mute yourself? Oh my God. Okay, thank you. So value for money, they are quite related in principle, but value for money focuses on obtaining the best overall value from like the public expenditure. Why fit for purpose is ensuring that the procured items or whatever it is, whether goods, works, or services, meets the intended need or objective. That's the reason for which the procurement itself was requested. All right. So value for money has to do with like having the overall value based on maybe cost, quality, efficiency, whatever it is, costs, the cost part of it. Why fit for purpose is whether the goods, service, or works are suitable, like to perform whatever required function that is being ordered for, being procured for. That's what it is. I hope that answered you. Hello, sir. Does that answer your question? Okay. I hope that answered your question. Does somebody else have a question? Mr. Danfebo, you have a question?
Yes, ma, I have a question.
I have a question. Good afternoon. Thank you for the lecture, for opening our eyes towards this in directions where we never imagined before now. I have two questions. One, concerning the code of conduct.
Okay.
Is there a specific document that says the code of conduct of procurement officers? That's one. Secondly, I've found situations where vendors bring letters from the banks to say, like a form of a letter stating that they will fund them if given the job. And in most times, sometimes you find out that at the end of the day, the banks does not fund them based on improper arrangements with the bank. So such situations, can those letters be discarded or it should be honored? That's my question.
Okay. So if first of all, the code, like I read the PPA document is quite extensive about the code of conduct of procurement staff. Now, concerning the letter, I'm guessing what you're explaining is a contractor has a letter from the bank saying that they will underwrite them, or right? Before, and then they don't do that at the end of it for whatever reason. I would say for starters, when the procurement, when you're bidding for a particular contract, the first thing is not even the amount of money that the bank underwrites. What they want to know is how much you have and whether you've been able to do or handle such contracts. So if you have been able to carry out a $200 million contract successfully, that means you must have a relationship with your bank that sort of is certain. I think that's one of the reasons why this is in the procurement, in the PPA. So because that ensures that whoever is awarded the contract can carry it out, has enough relationship to carry out the contract. So not being able to do that is even on its own already a deficiency, and it's not something that I can say they will throw when you're bidding. What the documents that they are asking for is for your company and your abilities, not with hope from a bank, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
So that's what. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, or do we just touch on the one or two case studies? Let's see. Okay.
Do only one case study so that you'll be able to achieve the other
Yes.
topics for the rest of the day.
Okay, Prof. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So you can, I hope we can still see my slides. Can we still see my slides? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's do this case study. There are a number of them. I'm hoping you'll be able to see them on LMS. So a government launched a $50 million tender for a national digital ID platform. Bidders, including global IT multinationals and regional integrators, right, were involved. What was the conflict? The winning firm had recently hired the ministry's former procurement director as strategic advisor. His knowledge of internal workflows and personalities gave them an edge. So the bidding documents emphasize proprietary interoperability feature, which matches the firm's product, right? So now competing bidders claim that the terms of reference were exclusionary. So when evaluation committee members hesitated to challenge, fearing accusations for undermining national digitalization. So after the award, a local NGO revealed that the revolving door connection, that's that's the one of the firm's staff now was the ministry's former procurement director. So donors financing the project demanded a compliance review. Public anger grew when it was revealed that the local firms had been priced out by restrictive criteria. So what was the outcome? The donor instructed a rebid with revised terms of reference, ended up delaying the project for 18 months, 1.5 years. Trust in the ministry's procurement capacity declined. The retired official faced no sanction because why? The local law did not have a cooling off clause. So the lesson out of this is cooling off periods for former officials are crucial, because you can't have an official that just left the ministry maybe last week come and work for a contractor's company bidding for projects that he has inside knowledge about. Otherwise, what? Insider capture undermines competition and credibility. This case shows how absence of safeguards can derail strategic national projects. Okay. Okay, thank you. So we are going to take a short break. We are going to take a short, maybe a 5-minute break, then come back for the then we'll come back again. Okay, are we back? Hello, can someone hear me?
We can hear you, sir. Can hear you, ma.
Okay, thank you so very much. So today, we are going to talk
Can hear
about.
you.
Thank you so much. So let's talk about developing introduction to development financing landscape. We have, sorry, let me put my slides. Okay. We have what we call international development financial institutions, right? What are they? These are international organizations that provide financial resources, technical assistance, and policy support to promote economic and social development in low and middle income countries. What are the objectives of these institutions? Is to reduce poverty, stimulate sustainable economic growth, and strengthen institutions by maybe improving standard of living. All right. So they are typically multilateral or bilateral institutions, right? That finance infrastructure projects, social services, that's health or education, governance and institutional reforms, climate and environmental programs. So their financing comes in different forms. It can come in form of loan, concessional or market-based loans, right? It can also come in form of grants, guarantees, technical assistance, whatever they need. Okay. Now let's look at the types of IDFIs. We have, well, we'll talk about 4, and I'm thinking they have 4 in general. So the first, sorry about that. The first one is MDBs, that's multilateral development banks. The largest of which is probably the World Bank, right? The MDBs, we have World Bank, Asian Development Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, but the biggest is World Bank. Okay. Then we have the multilateral financial institutions like the Europe Commission, European investment banks, Islamic development banks, international funds for agricultural development. Then we have the bilateral development agencies, BDAs, like Canadian International Development Agency, Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office in the UK, Saudi Fund Development, German Development Bank, and other agencies. Then we also have the UN, the United Nations agencies, United Nations Development Program, like Food and Agriculture Organization, World Health Organization, World Food Programs, and other organizations. Now, let's talk about them in a bit more detail. The multilateral financial institutions are also called multilateral development funds. They are quite similar to the MDBs, that's the multilateral development banks, but they usually have, well, they call it narrower ownership or membership structure, and they focus on specialized sectors or activities. Like, for instance, they can focus on the environment, health center, health sector, and so on and so forth, right? So funding may include interest-bearing loans, credit and guarantees, non-reimbursable grants, incremental financing, right? Then for the MFIs, occasionally they co-finance projects with the NDBs, that's the multilateral development banks. National eligibility for bidding depends on the MFI's rules, but eligibility is increasingly expanding. So the MFIs, well, it's not everybody, unlike the World Bank that almost every country benefits from. The MFI is quite specific. They have narrower membership, so not everybody has access, but it's increasingly expanding. Then the MDBs are also called international financial institutions. They provide funds to countries for projects for social and economic development. Right? So their own covers multiple sectors and regions, usually very large and diverse membership. So their funds are implemented by executing agencies, EA, usually government departments. Procurements of goods and services are based on the guidelines of the MDBs or the IFIs, the banks. Only firms from member countries are eligible to bid too, but they have a wider scope because it has a larger membership. The financing may be long-term loans at market rates of interest. Longer-term loans often term credit at very low interest. Grant financing, usually for TA, advisory services, or project preparation. Trust funds established by member countries, permitting multilateral development banks and client countries to finance consultancies and other TAs. Bilateral development agencies. Funding by BDAs like CIDA, FCDO, and co. include direct contracts for goods and services by BDA through competitive bidding. Grants, right? Grants and contribution to governments or international agencies. Soft loans and credit to government agencies. Grants and loans from BDA are usually tied, but are increasingly becoming untied. Then the UN system is made up of 50 entities, agencies, organizations, commissions, programs, funds, and etc. Their annual budget is over $7 billion US for the procurement to support development and humanitarian aid in more than 100 developing countries. Funding by UN system consists of grants, which include grants to TA programs and small-scale projects. In case of larger projects, procurement usually done by UN Office for project services. For instance, post-conflict reconstruction, like what's happening in Ukraine, emergency food aid. Specialized agencies and programs work in their respective areas of expertise, right? So when we say TA programs, we're talking about technical assistance programs, right? Okay. Policies that apply under IDFI funding. Procurement under the International Development Funding Institution is governed primarily by the provision of the financing agreement. According to procurement rules, methods, and procedures stipulated by the funding institution shall apply unless the financing agreement explicitly provides otherwise. Paragraph 5 of Nigeria's revised public procurement regulation for goods and works states that if these regulations conflict with the government's procurement process, obligations under agreements with other countries or international organizations, the provisions under such international agreements shall prevail. So the use of the procurement procedure of IDFIs include the use of their standard bidding documents unless waived by the IDFI. So in that case, the national standard bidding document will be used. That's if the IDFI's bidding document is waived, then we use the national standard bidding document. Rationale for focusing on MDB financing in Nigeria. Key point, significant source of development financing. MDB is at World Bank African Development Bank and Islamic Development Bank and etc. are among the largest financiers of public investments in infrastructure, social sectors, and governance reforms in Nigeria. Number two, their dominant role in procurement systems. A substantial share of major projects follows MDB procurement regulations, making them highly influential in shaping national practices. Number three, policy and reform leverage. MDBs drive policy dialogue and reform, influencing national procurement laws, regulations, and practices. So focusing on MDB financing in Nigeria is critical because these institutions are not just funding sources, they shape how procurement is conducted. Their framework introduce higher standards, emphasize development outcomes, and support systemic reforms. As a result, understanding MDB procurement is essential for anyone involved in procurement projects in Nigeria. MDB procurement procedures, their core framework. They have governing instruments based on the financial agreements and applicable procurement regulations or guidelines. Borrower is responsible for procurement implementation. Core principles, value-based procurement. Economy, efficiency, and value for money. Transparency and financial fair competition, integrity and accountability, fit for purpose approach. These are the principles that guide procurement, or that should guide procurement under the MDBs. There's strategic procurement planning. The preparation of project procurement strategy for development, PPSD, or equivalent development of procurement plan aligned with project objectives. These are the things that we have to do, or the key principles that you have to follow when you're following or when handling an MDB procurement. Their core framework, market engagement, market analysis to determine optimal procurement approach, use of appropriate procurement methods, that's open, limited, direct selection, etc. MDB procurement is fundamentally principle-based rather than rule-based. The borrower manages procurement, but within a framework defined by the MDB. Increasing emphasis is placed on value for money and strategic alignment through tools like PPSD, ensuring procurement contributes to development outcome rather than just compliance. Mandate and objectives of multilateral development bank procurement policies. So what are their objectives? Efficient and transparent use of funds. The MDB procurement ensures that funds are used efficiently and transparently, delivering value for money across countries. Number two, development effectiveness. So procurement acts as a strategic tool to achieve infrastructural, service, poverty reduction, and private sector goals. Number three, integrity and accountability. Strict anti-fraud, anti-corruption regime, and independent integrity units reinforce accountability globally. Flexibility and risk management. Procurement framework adapts to varied environments, allowing proportional oversight and alternative arrangements. Because what can work in a country, like even if it's a developing country also in Asia or even in Europe, may not work in a developing country in Africa. So it has to be flexible, and even their risks vary with location. Now, MDB procurement process, what are the key stages? There's procurement planning. So they assess the needs assessment and packaging of contracts, clearance or approval of procurement plan. That's stage one. Then you have the bidding or selection stage, preparation of bidding documents, RUOI, RFP, advertisement and invitation to bid, pre-bid meeting and clarifications. Then you have bid submission and evaluation, receipt and opening of bids or proposal, evaluation based on predefined criteria, that's technical and financial criteria, application of MIT and VFM where applicable. So under the World Bank, or under World Bank financing, a minimum of 30% of the total workforce, excuse me, a minimum of 30% of the total workforce cost must be dedicated to employment of local workers for all works contracts subject to international competitive procurement, where World Bank standard procurement documents are required to be used. All right. Next. For those that, I'm hoping we know what MIT means. MIT means most economically advantageous tender. I was saying, anyway, and VFM means value for money. Okay. Thank you. So, contract award and management. That's number 3. Sorry. So we have procurement planning, bid selection. So RFPs, REOI means request for expression of interest. I'm guessing it was done earlier. Then RFP is request for proposal. That's number 2, 3. So number 4, contract award and management. Award recommendation and MDB, no objection, right? Contract signing and execution, contract administration, monitoring and performance management. Then number 5, oversight and compliance. Prior or post review by the MDB, procurement audit, and compliance handling and complaint handling mechanism. So the MDB procurement cycle follows a structured but flexible process. A distinctive feature is the MDB's oversight through no objection mechanism and post reviews. Additionally, evaluation methods increasingly incorporate quality and life cycle costs and assessment of sustainability factors through use of rated criteria, moving beyond lowest price or value optimization. So comparison of core procurement principles. The MDB procurement system versus Nigerian public procurement system. Principle, value for money. For the MDBs is broad, includes quality, risk, sustainability, and life cycle costs. But for Nigeria procurement system, narrower focus, often centered on the lowest evaluated cost. Right? Second principle, flexibility. For the MDB, flexibility is high, fit for purpose, and risk-based. In Nigeria, limited. Our flexibility is driven by rules and is standardized. Number 3, the third principle, integrity. For the MDBs, there can be global sanctions and cross-debarment regimes. While for Nigeria, it's domestic, administrative, and legal sanctions. For then transparency, for MDBs, it emphasizes on disclosure and digital systems, but Nigeria emphasizes on procedural openness and compliance. Okay, thank you. If you have questions, please ask. After that, Prof would come and Prof will continue. The floor is open for questions now, please.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, my name is Engineer Jasper Ibadan. So I've raised my hand ever since, and it's not acknowledged me. So my question is this: in the course of your lecture, you did said for the procurement process that, for instance, the price or the bidding price that's allocated by the procurement entity is supposed to exceed a certain amount. Maybe the end users or the establishments may not decide to break it down into portions so that it can accommodate the fraction at which they are supposed to, that is permissible for them to approve. So the point now is, you said is a compliance issue. What about if, for instance, now like the COVID-19 issue that happened the other time, and it's a national issue, and in an excess, or they needed to procure a specific item for them to complete their research work, or it's utmost necessity? What would then happen at that instance? Thank you.
Sorry, you're talking about contract splitting. Mr. Jasper, please.
Yes, I thought you heard me when I asked the question.
Yes. So you're sorry, the noise was really disturbing. So you're talking about contract splitting. Mr. Jasper, are you still here? Please,
Yes,
if you're
I'm
not
still here,
speaking,
I'm
can you mute
replying.
yourself?
I'm talking about contract.
Yeah, contract splitting. Yes. So you're saying that in some, like in a scenario, you're trying to say there are scenarios where it's necessary. Is that it?
Yes, I was trying to give an instance, like for instance, the COVID-19 that happened the other time, and it's an establishment that do with health research and stuff like that.
Yes.
And the time take them for approvals and all of that will be so long. So they then decide to split the contract into pieces so that they could accommodate the necessity at that point. Is that not considered as a compliance issue?
Yes, but it's against procurement law. What we should be pushing for is for there to be special circumstances for government work to be, like, for approvals to be gotten faster. Because, you know, like you cited COVID-19, that was a pandemic. Nobody could have foreseen that. So there should be special circumstances. That's not an excuse, because contract splitting is still an offense, because it's an attempt to evade procurement law and control. Okay? So anything that circumvents procurement law is still an offense. Up until we can work towards maybe revising our procurement law, but we are not going to give room for that, for ways to pass it by.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Hello, ma. I have a question to ask, ma.
Go on, Isa, and ask your question.
Yeah. So, ma, in the case of a project, there's going to be financed by certain percent of the funding will be from the federal government and certain percent from World Bank. In situation like that, is there a provision that will determine which of the regulation to be used? Since there is the World Bank regulation and that of the Nigerian government, the PPA up to 2007, or is it that there is an amount that when it reaches certain portion sponsored by the World Bank, then the regulation? I just want to know if there is any provision that will help in identifying which of the regulation to be used, either based on financing or what, ma'am?
If I can help here, once there is such a situation, there is an agreement that is signed, and in that agreement, everything is stated. So if you are involved in such, there is a document after the agreement is signed. There is a document called Project Implementation Manual. It's also clearly stated how you will implement that project and when to use the regulations of the financier and when to use the Nigerian one. Is stated in the agreement and also in the implementation manual. So you don't just on your own use anyone. I hope that helps.
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
And there is a Febo. Ask your question quickly. Meanwhile, Dr. Uche, it's your turn to come in. I'm going to come in last. Dr. Uche Onwe-Buchulam. So you can start sharing your screen.
Okay, Prof.
Thank you.
This SPC is a beginning of your greater heights. You are going higher and higher. These are minimum we ask. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed.
Ojia, mute yourself.
In Jesus' name.
Ojia, mute yourself, please. Okay, maybe you can start. Dr. Uche, you can start.
Okay, Prof, I'm trying to share my screen.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know if my screen can be seen. Can someone confirm?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Team, thank you once again for staying connected. So this time we're just going to look at real quick at some of the projects that the African Development Bank is funding in Nigeria. Before we do that, my colleague that presented earlier mentioned that some of the roles of MDBs, apart from normal project financing, is also policy governance. And we'll see how that comes into play in some of the projects that the AFDB funds in Nigeria. So just a brief history of what the AFDB is, the African Development Bank, when it was founded, the fundings that are available, just a little history around it. We won't spend so much time around talking on this. But the African Development Bank has been around for over 55 years and supports not just Nigeria, but most other African countries. What you see is the extent of support that the countries receive from the AFDB. There is also foreign partnership with countries in Europe and the Middle East, Asia. All these are geared towards collaborative funding for projects that are aimed at development in Africa. Okay. So let's narrow this down to Nigeria. Let's look at some projects that the AFDB funds. So the example you see here is funding that was approved by the AFDB Council for the Development Bank of Nigeria, and it is geared towards the support of micro, small, and medium enterprises, especially those that encourage the participation of women. So this project, I think, was approved sometime in April this year. Is at the tune of $61 million. And the whole objective is to expand the eligibility of women-owned enterprises, like I mentioned, and encourage participation. And the reason is most funding, because they have the statistics, most funding, especially to small and medium-scale enterprises, usually not, the beneficiaries are usually not women or youths. So the idea here is to encourage inclusivity of women and youths in securing funding to ensure their businesses grow. Okay. This is another one. This is a construction, but this is not really a physical project. It's more of a policy-based financing to stimulate growth from governance. So this is geared mainly towards developing other sectors that are not oil and gas based in terms of revenue generation. So the agro-allied, the manufacturing, local manufacturing, policy changes around climate that will drive energy efficiency and renewables. This is what this funding is about. So it's $500 million, and this was approved for the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Again, the date was November 2025. So is the funding that comes from AFDB is not just for physical projects or for the support of small and medium scale enterprises. It also includes policy-based financing, so that measures will be put in place for measures that would encourage the growth of these enterprises, as we said earlier. This one is another funding from the AFDB to the Bank of Industry. Again, the access here is to encourage small-scale enterprises, encourage renewables, encourage investment in low carbon emissions, improve productivity, local productivity, reduce dependency on imports, and also give some preference to youth and women-led enterprises. This is also May 2026. I think it was approved sometime in February. So that is also another example. Now, there are so numerous examples. If you go to the AFDB website, you see different forms of support over the years. We can't list all of them, but some of them are here. Some examples are listed here. So it is important to mention that this funding is available, most of them through the Bank of Industry, some through the Development Bank of Nigeria, some are granted to the federal government, and that trickles down through the ministries and other parastatals that are directly attached to the government. But it's important for us to also know that for people to benefit from these funding, there are laid down procedures. Time may not allow us to go into that, but this document, this is procurement policy for bank group funded operations, details how the AFDB partners with international banks in providing this funding that we need in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I don't know if anybody has any questions. Then in the absence of none, then Prof, you have the floor, Prof.
you very much. If they have a question, we can take it at the end. So please stay tuned. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here again. I want to thank all of you. You are champions. You are champions who have stayed to today. I'm looking forward to also seeing you tomorrow. I know that it can be challenging for working professionals to take a training for 2 weeks. But the end game is that it will improve your knowledge, your skills in whatever you are doing. So I want to thank my colleagues, Dr. Mrs. Chinonsoeke. She has given a broad overview of the diverse international multilateral development institutions and also the United Nations. I also want to thank Dr. Uche Onchebulam for zeroing in on activities of African Development Bank. In a nutshell, these international multilateral finance institutions, they provide grants. When it's a grant, perfect, good. They provide loans, very good. These loans or grants are for providing social services, improving the environment, improving infrastructure in third world countries. But one thing I must point out now before I forget is that these loans must be paid back by the countries. And often there's a misconception, especially in Nigeria, that if it's World Bank loan, is the money to be whacked, money to be eaten. So they don't care whether you implement the project or not. Your government must pay for it. And if they don't pay for it, the interest rate is compound, it keeps accumulating. So for every one of us in this room, it is important to know that World Bank projects must be diligently executed to the letter, even if it's a grant, so that your environment, your organization, your country will benefit. If it's a loan, very, very serious, because as I said, if it is not implemented, your government will still pay for it. If they don't pay for it on time, the interest rate will keep mounting and they will eventually pay for it. So on that note, my own part is to show a bird's eye view of World Bank Group activities and the procurement framework. So that's my outline, who they are, what they do, their priorities, and even I will showcase work opportunities. Then I will do a walkthrough of their websites for those of us who haven't been there to see the opportunities and what they do, and then the regulations. Then we'll take questions. The World Bank Group, let me even open my camera so that. Good. The World Bank Group, as you have seen, is a global financial institution. They are focused on economic development, poverty reduction. They finance developmental projects in both social, environmental, and procurement. It's owned by government of many countries. They have a board of governance. They have executive directors. The World Bank Group is made, that's why it's called a group. It has the following organizations: International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. This was started many years ago after the Second World War. Then it has the International Development Association, the International Finance Corporation. This one finances the private sector, while IDA finances the public sector. Then it has a multilateral investment guarantee agency. It also has another one they call International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes. So, good. So who are the member countries? Actually, there are 189 member countries. So Nigeria is one of them. Before you can become a member, you must first of all, that's a country, you must first of all join the first one that started, IBRD. So there are 189 countries. Then the other units of the World Bank Group, the IDA today, they have 174 countries, IFC 186 countries, and so on and so forth. So I have below their various roles and functions. IBRD, they provide loans and technical assistance to middle-income and credit-worthy low-income countries for development. IDA offers concessional loans and grants to the world's poorest countries to support poverty reduction and development. IFC, they provide finances and advises private sector projects in developing countries to stimulate investment and economic growth, while MEGA provides political risk insurance and credit enhancement to encourage foreign investment in developing countries. Then the last one, ICSID, they help with arbitration and reconciliation when there is an investment and there's a dispute. So they have experts in that unit. What are their priority areas? Whatever they do, they want to be creating more better and inclusive jobs. They like to invest in agriculture because food is very important. So they try to scale agri-finance and agri-businesses. Then health, they enable access to affordable quality care. And there's one project, Mission 300, is for powering communities with electricity. Some organizations in Nigeria in renewable energy, I think they have won some grants to provide renewable electricity to underserved communities. They like to unlock women's economic potential. So they have projects under gender. Then water, they have several, for many years, they have several projects on provision of water for people, for food production, and generally water for various activities that are essential for human survival. Then there are other areas of priority, include education, transportation, fiscal policy, and growth. One thing about World Bank is that they emphasize transparency and accountability. All World Bank projects are online. Somebody is raising hand. Are you not hearing me? Please, can somebody confirm that I'm being heard? IT, can you confirm?
Hear you, ma.
We are hearing you.
Okay,
We
good.
can hear you loud and clear.
Okay,
Yes,
good. Okay, good. So I said that one thing about World Bank Group is that they emphasize transparency and accountability. All their projects are online. And you can filter by country, by years, and all whatnot. So I just brought up a few areas of endeavor, sectors that they have projects in Nigeria. Governance and public sector. Please, operator, mute all of them again. Oh. So, on governance and public sector, They have these listed projects: Niger DPF, revenue mobilization and trade facilitation. In agriculture, they have this seed system reform, NG cares, digital economy, they have bridge. They have on energy, I've talked about electricity projects, they have health and nutrition, they have several. Then on education, they also have some of these. And this particular project that is providing this free training is called CE-sPESS, is World Bank supported, but is a loan that federal government will pay back. So CE-sPESS, as you know, is Sustainable Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards Enhancement. It's a capacity building project. It was given to selected 6 universities. They bidded for it, just like people bid for contracts, and 6 won. And now they are delivering these capacity building projects. So it's a World Bank supported project or program, because it's several projects in one, and the federal government will pay back the loan. Then on work opportunities, in their website, they publish opportunities for employment. They also have opportunities for internship. So this is for people that are interested in acquisition of knowledge, because they will be free, it will be a free and fair employment selection. It's usually not a mamado, because you have 189 countries. And when they engage you, you can be posted to any part of the world. So you must be really good to be able to scale their employment criteria. Then the World Bank procurement framework and regulations. As you have seen, all projects involve procurement. Procurement is key, because if you don't procure rightly, the project may fail. So the key tools for all World Bank supported projects. The first one is World Bank procurement regulations, because as you can see, it will not be Nigerian procurement law or Kenya procurement law or Malaysia one, because all the different countries, they have their own procurement laws. So they have developed a World Bank procurement regulation that is encompassing, and it is revised from time to time. Then, once you are executing a World Bank supported project, there will be an agreement. There will be a project implementation document that will state what to do step by step. Then you will have to use the bidding documents of the World Bank. But if it's a situation where that agreement stipulates that you can use your country procurement act, that is where you will use the bidding documents of your country. Another important tool for World Bank supported projects is the STEP portal. This is for e-procurement. A long time, World Bank started doing e-procurement. So the procurement cycle starts with your needs assessment, and then you get everything approved. So for their own, the first thing they approve for your project will be your work plan. Then once they approve your work plan, you now prepare your procurement plan. Once it's approved, you have to upload it in STEP. And it has to be approved by the tax team leader for that your project, somebody in the World Bank. So once it's approved for you, everybody all over the world will see it. Then you start implementing your project. When you create an advertisement, you put it in STEP. Everybody all over the world will see it. So there are projects that anybody all over the world who is a member of the World Bank Group can apply and execute. There are some that just people from that country can apply and execute. It depends on the scale of the project. So the two key tools for executing World Bank supported projects are their regulation, the procurement regulations, and their bidding documents. Then the STEP portal. It's in the STEP portal you advertise, and then it's in the STEP portal you upload all the required documents for procurement. You upload the bidding documents, contractors will indicate interest, and when you are finished, it has a contract management section where you will upload the contracts and everything, and then it has a closeout. Then the other important thing about the World Bank procurement framework, they check everything from that STEP portal. Everybody involved in that project will be going there to check what is happening, what you are doing. So, core fiduciary pillars, you have heard severally since we started 2 weeks ago. Value for money is key for every procurement. Then the STEP system, the full meaning of STEP is the systematic tracking of exchanges in procurement. So it's mandatory for all their projects. That's where you put your procurement plan, that's where it's approved, expression of interest. If it's consultancy, that's where you put it. All the contract updates, that's where you put it. Then there are market approaches. So, as I said, there are projects that you open up for the international community. So you have international competitive procurement. This applies for large infrastructure projects and how high value supplies that you may not be able to get locally. Then the national procurement arrangements, there are situations where you have to leverage on your country's procurement acts, right? So that it will be available just for the domestic market. But the most important thing for World Bank that is sponsoring is integrity, accountability, value for money. So the same procurement life cycle applies for project preparation, obtaining no objection is granted in STEP, bidding, active tendering, contract management, KPI tracking is all available. Any deviation from the cleared STEP procurement plan timelines or unauthorized departure from the bank's approved metrics can lead to a formal declaration of misprocurement that may lead to cancellation of that loan, or the project may linger, and then the beneficiaries will lose out from the benefits they're supposed to get. So let's do a walkthrough. Let's do a walkthrough of their site. So when you go to the World Bank site, it's very dynamic. They keep changing. They keep changing their site, but what I'm seeing says why women own SMEs. Why women own SMEs are a smart investment. Yeah. Remember, I said they have gender as one of their priorities. So they have grants for women-owned SMEs. There are several projects all over the world, not just Nigeria. So if you click here, you see the priorities. Let me just click on one. You see their priorities, jobs, agri, connect, and so on and so forth. Then I need to come out of this bit, who we are. These are not the pictures I saw when I clicked 2 days ago. So this tells you what they do. And then this tells you where they work. Then let me go to the one that may interest the young ones amongst you, the job seekers. So if you want to work with us, you will see links to click to see advertised jobs. So you will see, you may be lucky, there may be some that is onto your area. There may be some that they want to open up for the international community. So if you click on partners, you see what they are doing with that. I know that annually they have international internships where they recruit young people. They recruit young people to do internship in a selected country. And if you are good, you are sure that you can get employment there. But if you are not good, when your internship is done, then you will leave from there. So this is the site where I'm looking at now. World Bank Group Young Professionals Program. So I believe that all those below 35 can qualify for this. They like young people because young people are willing to read things in detail. They are very innovative. You can see application, you can see eligibility, and so on and so forth. So let me stop sharing this website. I hope there are young people amongst us. Then anybody that is involved, because when the World Bank Group is supporting a project in a country, oftentimes most of their projects are for for the public sector. So it goes to certain ministries. So it is you and I that may be involved. So it's always important to go to their website and get some good information that will help you to successfully execute your project. Then the other thing that you must do is that you must go to their website and let me share my screen again. And get the latest version of the procurement regulations. So I'm now showing the latest version of the procurement regulation. It says procurement regulations for IPF borrowers. So procurement in investment project financing, goods, works, not consulting and consultancy services. This is the 7th edition. So this document is just 154 pages. So it has a foreword, it has definitions, right? So this is what you use for your project. Except if there are aspects of the project that say you have to use your local procurement act. So it tells you about the World Bank, it tells you procurement provisions, about electronic procurement, and so on and so forth. Then it tells you about Chapter 6 is on approved selection methods for goods, works, and non-consultancy services. If you're presently doing any of the World Bank projects, please always have this in your laptop. If you have the leisure of printing, print it. So that's that. Then at their website is also where you will get the bidding documents for goods, bidding document for works, bidding documents for consultancy, and bidding documents for non-consultancy. So I think I want to stop now. What I have done is to walk you through the organizations that make up the World Bank Group. The organizations that make up the World Bank Group, what they do, their priorities. So the floor will now be open for interaction. The floor is now open. Operator, please allow them to ask questions. Please, if you're not asking a question, you mute yourself so there will be no noise in the environment. I have also projected some questions too that we will take at the end. Yes, I have Engineer Adekunle. You have the microphone. Unmute yourself and ask your question or make a contribution. IT, are they able to unmute themselves? IT, are they able to unmute themselves? Let me see what is going on. Okay. While we wait for IT to allow you to unmute yourself, I can check the chat. If you post a question on the chat, I will take it. While we are waiting for IT to allow you to unmute yourselves. You can type your question on the chat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What about hello, ma?
Yes.
What about IMF?
Oh, very good. International Monitoring Finance Organization. Okay. Please, IT, mute them again. Oh. Mute them again. Oh. Before you can join, you have to, that country, every country, before you can join, you have to become a member of IMF. So you have to become a member of IMF. So what they do, IMF, what they do is that they help different countries with their economic policies. They claim that they will help you with your economic policies, exchange rate policies, to support your economic growth. That's what IMF does. It has 191 member countries. And then they monitor different countries and they flash when you are doing well financially and economically. They provide policy advice. But I'm so sorry that sometimes some of the policies they provide to these so-called developing countries may not be good for them. So they also lend money to countries facing balance of having financial issues. They lend money, and that their money is that their loan is compound interest. Remember, before 1999, Nigeria accumulated so much loan from IMF that it was difficult to do any investment internationally, and the former minister, Konji-Iweala, helped us to appeal to them to forgive us that loan accumulated over the years. Unfortunately, younger people, other people have come into governance and they're taking loans again. Every day they're taking loan. Legal will save us. So IMF is another international organization. And then they make it so that before you join the World Bank Group, you have to be a member of the IMF. But you are not forced to take their loan. It's not by force. You are not forced to take their loan. It's if your government wants, they will take. Maybe World Bank group loans may be easier because World Bank has a structure of monitoring. When they give a country a loan for a project, they try to monitor that project. And what I noticed when we were about to kickstart this project, CE-sPESS, in 2021? We got the grant in 2019, then COVID came in, we couldn't start. Then when we were ready to start, we couldn't access the money because there were some other World Bank projects that were done in Nigeria and they did not retire the proceeds because they have their rules. Every project has a timeline. When you finish, you close out. If there's money remaining, you have to return the money. But some of our implementers don't understand it. They kept insisting that from their records, there was still some money that should be retired, but government did not retire it. They kept struggling with it. I don't know how it was eventually resolved. So that's how World Bank loans are. Maybe there is more control when it's World Bank loan than IMF. So somebody's hand is up. Yes. Adekunle.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This CE-sPESS, is it only for in procurement? What about in digital education? In digital, the CE-sPESS is it only for procurement?
That's a very good question. The CE-sPESS project is for capacity building in 3 areas: sustainable procurement, sustainable environmental standards, and then social standards. These 3 key areas. But you have 3 universities that are implementing capacity in these 3 areas. Then you have Bureau for Public Procurement. Their own is to certify procurement professionals who have been trained by us, by these centers of excellence. And also, you can come from any other organization, maybe you are in UK or somewhere you study procurement. You can go to their portal, do what is required, and then you can take their certification exam. If you pass, good for you. Then you become a certified professional. The idea is that they don't want people to be procurement officers in all public organizations without being certified and trained properly. Then on digital, BPP, part of their own role in this CE-sPESS project is that they have to establish e-procurement for federal MDAs. For the Ministry of Environment, they also have a certification portal for environmental standards professional. Similarly, the social standards. Now, all these certification portals, everything is digital. Because today, in this world of today, even for doctors, you cannot do your work very well if you are not using e-systems, using a laptop or a tablet or iPad. So this is why our training, we are insisting that people who want to train with us must be ICT very, very literate. Because how can you function in, assuming you're in NNPC or you are in a Federal Ministry of Works, as a procurement officer, you are not fully digital. And I'm definitely sure they may pick Federal Ministry of Works as one of the major MDAs that will start doing e-procurement. You cannot do it with your phone. You have to do it with a laptop. So I want to thank all of you who are investing their time in doing this training. The whole world is going e. Some of you are complaining about network. They are using phone to do assignment. It will not work. So my advice is that everybody go digital. Eat it like food, because that's the only way you can survive. And some of you may get jobs with all these international companies. None of them is doing manual. So thank you very much for that question. So going the digital education is embedded in what we're doing. So is there any other question before we now give you our own questions to answer? Juliet. Yeah? Juliet, unmute yourself or you put it in the chat.
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon.
Mommy, please, mine is not a question. When you were sharing your screen for the World Bank website, it wasn't showing. So please, can you kindly share it again so that I can just screenshot?
Oh, wow. Okay, I will. So are there
Thank
other
you,
questions before I go to share it again?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon.
This is Priscilla. Mine is not a question per se. It has to do with the assignments that you gave to us. I actually tried submitting the assignment, but it was difficult. It wasn't going. It said it had closed, and that was before the deadline you gave. So what happens to people like us? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to address that. But the lady that wanted to see the Global website, are you seeing it now? I'm going to put the link in the chat now. I'll put it in the chat. I will also put it in the WhatsApp group. Okay.
Thank you.
So, good.
Hello, ma.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for the lecture. It's an eye-opener. I wanted to ask a question earlier on, but I was muted, so I couldn't ask when the other lecturer was on. I think you can also do justice to it concerning splitting of contracts. In a situation where they want to build a school and it has a building, a perimeter fence, and water projects in it, can these three items be awarded separately? The school building, the perimeter fence, and the water projects.
Tell me what you have done before now. Let's start with that. What do you think?
I've not done anything. I'm new in it. So
you are new in it.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, a school building. Let me just address it from this point. There's a way you package a contract. And a contractor contractors are allowed to bid with subcontractors.
Okay.
Then these subcontractors, there will be one that is very good in electrical work, but is still working on that big contractor that won the contract.
Okay.
There will be one that is very good with plumbing, right? Then there will be the main contractor that usually is the one that bids for the job, the civil guy. That's how it works. But if you now say you have a contract for building a school, because of the ceiling, you now want to do perimeter fencing, a different contract. No. No. I'm sorry. No, that is contract splitting.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification. Thank you, man.
Right, thank you.
Okay, good day, ma.
Yeah.
My name is Njoko Henry.
Good.
Okay, regarding the question my brother just asked now, I had an experience that was last year. Yeah, where the Enugu State government, they are constructing health centers and smart schools. We in one of those smart schools as an engineer there. But we find out that the government themselves splitted these contracts. One of the school proper, the perimeter fencing, and the water provision to different contractors.
No,
And they didn't take into account, they didn't make provision for variations. So whatever happens, we should continue
Okay.
that way.
Okay,
Whether
you
my
know what? I get where you are driving at. If a state government is sponsoring a project and they packaged it that way, right? State government is sponsoring the project and it will be advertised by a particular agency. They must have an agency that will advertise it. So I don't think that I will look at that as contract splitting. It's the owner, the process owner of the thing that decided that they want to package it that way.
Okay.
Yes. It's the government that decided they want to package it that way. It's not you. You are not the procurement officer or the permanent secretary in charge. So I don't know how they came about it. I don't know. So the contract splitting is a problem for like a permanent secretary presenting a procurement plan and intentionally does that splitting, right? So, there are political contracts that will
Yes,
just
sure.
come, but there are not too many like that. And by the time we get every other thing well, and the normal ones are working well, this idea of political contracts will reduce. Yeah. So thank you very much. Let's quickly, we have some, it was like case study, but we now made it to be simpler. So we throw the questions to you. Okay, before we throw these questions to you, right? Somebody complained about not being able to submit the assignments. I am sorry, but I want to
Not
encourage you
only him,
that
but
don't
many.
worry, don't worry. One thing about this procurement thing, if they say the bidding is 12 noon, if people bring their bids by 12:30, will you take it? So
No,
you will
ma.
not take it. So don't worry about it. We are not going to penalize you. This is training. You are practicing. You have to walk the talk of what you are doing. Somebody said,
we submitted it.
excuse
It's supposed
me.
to close with the MP.
Somebody said, wait, don't worry, we'll soon close. Somebody said it was not yet time and he could not submit. Please, next time, try to do your assignment and submit 30 minutes before the time. If 30 minutes to the time you're having network issue, you try another source of internet. So please don't worry. We have noted those who submitted. About 199 submitted before the time. Some, just a few, made a mistake, submitted another assignment altogether. Some submitted empty documents, but majority, 150 something, right, were evaluated, and some were very good, some were not so good. And if you, that document is in Excel, and I arranged it in alphabetical order. If you search, you could find some of the good ones. You can read the comment. You can find some of the average ones like 50 something or 60 something. You will also read the documents. My plan is for tomorrow, before tomorrow, I will check on those that did it very well, 198, and find out whether we can post their own. If there is time, we will allow one or two to present their own so that those who don't know how to do it will learn how to do it. There is no correct answer for procurement plan. It depends on your organization. Where you are some not getting it right is in the method you are recommending or in the time you are putting. There were a few that just took from their friend and changed the name and submitted. They were also flagged. There's nothing in it. It's by trial that we learn. So nobody should get high blood pressure because you did not submit. No, 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 no. It's a process of learning. We are not going to punish anybody that you did not submit assignment or that you failed the assignment. No. It's good that you know that you don't know how to do it. So you will now learn. There are some others that I saw that they did not even use a template. They just started typing things. The law requires you to use a template. So, thank you very much. Please mute everybody again. Oh, I hope I've answered. We are going to close in a minute. Oh, sorry to keep you. I just want to take this feedback. I have some questions projected. Has anybody here worked on any World Bank, AFDB, or any other MD project? From your experience, can you compare the procurement approaches of any of these MDBs with the Nigerian's national procurement system? If you have done so, share your honest experience. We just give opportunity for one. Is Ibrahim, do you want to share your experience? Have you worked on any World Bank or AFDB or any other MDB projects? We want you to share your experience.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. You're welcome to share your experience.
Thank you so much. I wasn't the specialist though. I wasn't the procurement specialist, but I worked with them a bit. So I think the MDB, I work with a livestock project, livestock productivity and resilience support project.
Good.
So I think the MDB procurement in LPRES, we call it LPRES, that's the acronym. So it was stricter, more transparent, and it was globally, it was nationally competitive, a bit globally, because there are some things that I think we engage foreign consultants. So it was globally competitive compared to the Nigerian national system, I think. So like the funds were used effectively for the purpose and all of that. So that's the little I could say now, ma. Thank you.
Effectiveness, the funds were used judiciously for the project. Thank you for sharing your experience. Then, can anybody share from his or her own experience whether these procurement practices have influenced what you are doing? If you have worked in any of the MDBs, has it influenced what you are doing presently? Anybody? So while we give another half a minute,
Sorry, Ma, yes, I think it has influenced the Nigerians' broader procurement culture. You know, by making it more transparent and competitive and aligning a bit with their international standards.
It's a lot. People that do their project, they get the training, they try to now use that experience when they are doing the procurement practice, or even if they are not in the procurement unit, it influences what they do daily. So thank you very much. I want to stop now and take directives from Dr. Meta. Dr. Meta, what is the next thing, please?
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon.
Vote of thanks from the participant. We have to, the participant have to say the vote of thanks, then closing prayer, whether it's from the Christian or Muslim brother. So somebody can do that.
Can I say the vote of thanks, sir?
Yeah, yes, you can.
Okay. My name is Shibabatu Ibrahim. On behalf of all the participants, I sincerely thank all our facilitators and organizers for today's insightful procurement training. The knowledge shared is especially on aligning Nigerian procurement practices with multilateral development bank standards has been invaluable. So we appreciate the time and effort, the expertise invested in guiding us through this complex process. Your contribution was really helpful and insightful. So thank you so much. To my colleagues, I appreciate the patience and all. Thank you. We appreciate you once more. Thank you, Ma. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma. It's been really nice
Thank
having
you so much,
you.
ma.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
I want
time.
to ask
Thank you so
something,
much.
everyone.
Thank you. Good night.
I want to ask. I want to ask a question, please.
Okay,
No
ask your
problem.
question before we
This
now,
one.
maybe you will pray. Ask your question and take the closing prayer.
Okay, ma. Please, ma, I want to know tomorrow. Do we have classes tomorrow?
Yes, we have event tomorrow. But we will
Are we
close
coming?
early and Mike, we will make the announcement later. We are taking the final post quiz tomorrow too. There are activities tomorrow. Mike will post the something. Mike, let's discuss before you post it. But all I know is that we'll close early tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. So can somebody give us the closing prayer, Muslim or Christian brother or sister? It's raining.
Everlasting Father, we thank you. Ancient of Ages, we bless your name for this opportunity given to us to study, to have more insight about procurement procedure in Nigeria. Father, we say may your name be exalted in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen.
We commit all our facilitators into your able hand. Father, continue to grant them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. At the end of this course, let us have the effort to glorify your name. In Jesus' wonderful name, you are prayed.
Amen.
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 Thank you.
So if you have not written your name, kindly do so. In the next 2 minutes, I will shut down.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Please, I can't write my name, or the chat box is not active from my end since morning. I'm unable to write my name, sir. Please, sir.
You're supposed to have clicked where you can, when you logged in, there's a
What
place
is your
you
name?
click. It will allow you. It will allow you.
The chat box is opening up since morning. It's not opening. The
Check
chat
your
box from
settings.
my.
Can you listen? Check your settings.
Click on the three dots by the side there. It will
I'm using phone. I'm trying. The thing is still not coming. It's always it's not coming. It's going. It's not coming up. My chat box since morning. Oh, I'm checking setting. Nothing is happening.
What you do, send your WhatsApp, your name, email, agency, whether you are female or male, to my WhatsApp number. Do you have my WhatsApp?
I'll do that, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Just send it so that I can send to them.
Okay, I'll do that, sir, right now, sir. Thank you, sir.
If you can add us in the WhatsApp group. Some of us are not in WhatsApp group, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Maybe he cannot hear you.
I say if you can add us. Can you hear me
didn't
now?
didn't you receive the email?
I receive email.
You can join the WhatsApp group from the email now. If you receive it, you can join it again.
So you receive email from us, you can chat me up privately and state the complaint. Then I can add you. I
Okay,
have
sir.
to verify whether you were sent email or not. Please, I'm shutting down now.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, good night. Good night,
good
sir.
night, sir.
Please,
Good night.
the World Bank links that they promised to share, we've not seen it.
I put it in the chat already. Let me put it in the WhatsApp group. I put it there in the chat. I'll put in the WhatsApp group because it's going to shut this one down.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay. So I put it in the WhatsApp group now.
Okay, ma.
Engineer Doctor, I just sent my details to your WhatsApp, sir. I just sent it now, sir. Please, sir. Thank you very much, sir.